Chapter 324. Looking at the stone statue in front of him, Qin was extremely excited. This was a stone statue that could kill a master-level expert. Once he succeeded in subduing it, he would have a powerful trump card and would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. If any forces dared to provoke him, he would just throw the stone statue there and activate the array. Then he would let the stone statue kill them. Elder Hiroshi frowned and looked at the stone statue from afar. After a long time, he said, "I can give it a try. I have a 50% chance. If I subdue it, I will lose a lot of soul power and the stone statue's strength will be greatly reduced. However, it won't be any weaker than Zukong." "That's great." Qin was excited. Even if it was Zukong, it would be enough to sweep through everything. With this trump card, Qin would not be afraid of being hunted down by Zukong. Ever since he came out from the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had been hunted down by Zukong. He was very concerned about Zukong. "Elder Mo, hurry up and seal the stone statue." "I'll protect you," Qin said. He seemed to be in a hurry. "All right then." Elder Hiroshi nodded. Then he moved his fingers and shot out soul power. It was like a silk thread that extended towards the stone statue. On the stone statue, light flickered. The soul power activated the array. Then the stone statue's soul power dissipated and began to dissipate. A ruthless killing intent filled the stone room. Qin felt a chill in his heart. It was just a trace of aura, but it was so terrifying. At the same time, the stone statue's petrified skin gradually turned into a real body. "Not good, Elder Hiroshi. He's about to wake up." Qin was startled and quickly exclaimed, "Once this kind of existence awakened, it would be incomparably terrifying." Elder Hiroshi's hands were forming seals. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. At this moment, Qin could no longer see Elder Hiroshi's hands. What he saw were mysterious patterns. These were array diagrams. They appeared from between his fingers and pressed towards the stone statue. Buzz! The space trembled as the array diagrams landed. They were shining brightly and surging with soul power, sealing the stone statue. Boom! Around the stone statue, a large amount of soul power leaked out, emitting endless killing intent. The array diagram was instantly dispersed. Murderous intent filled the stone chamber. Qin felt like he was in an ice cellar. His whole body shivered and his movements became sluggish. The stone statue's petrified skin changed once again. This time, its entire lower body turned into a true body. Qin's heart was in his throat. Once the Lord was resurrected, no one would be able to leave this place alive. Buzz! Elder Mo's expression didn't change. He was very calm. Light flashed in his hand, and another formation appeared. The formation marks intersected, and it was even more profound. Soul power surged in the formation, and it pressed down on the stone statue, sealing it again. Boom! It was at this point that the entire stone chamber began to tremble. The shock waves from the battle outside were transmitted into the chamber, and the formation diagram began to shake. The seal landed on the stone statue, and the soul power rushed out from the loosened array diagram. It dispersed the soul power and failed again. This time a monstrous killing intent surged, and the stone statue lost even more soul power. Uft! The killing intent penetrated the bones and attacked one soul. Qin coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and Elder Mo's soul became blurry. Damn it! Qin cursed, flustered, and exasperated. It was all because of the battle outside that this seal was broken. The stone statue's true body had already spread to its chest. If it wasn't for the formation diagram suppression, it would have awakened long ago. But from the current situation, it seemed that the formation diagram would soon be unable to suppress it. Buzz! The formation diagram appeared for the third time. This time, it was even more profound. The formation marks intersected and spread densely like a spider web. Soul power circulated, and the formation diagram pressed down, enveloping the stone statue and releasing endless soul power. Succeed, you must succeed, Zi Chen roared in his heart. Boom! The stone statue's killing intent seemed to have solidified, completely berserk, and filled the small stone chamber. Zi Chen was the first to be hit, and he was sent flying. His body flickered with golden light, and fine droplets of blood rolled down. Even the perfect body that had withstood the heavenly thunder couldn't block this solidified killing intent. Zi Chen was injured. Elder Mo's soul was also impacted by the killing intent, causing it to tremble. His soul power was very weak, and his solid body was much dimmer. Elder Mo, are you okay? Zi Chen was shocked, and his eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the stone statue's true body had already reached its neck. Once the true body completely appeared, the two of them would undoubtedly die. And at this moment, the two of them couldn't retreat. Once Elder Mo withdrew his soul power, the stone statue would awaken. No worries. Elder Mo's expression was indifferent, and his voice was calm and steady. The formation diagram appeared for the fourth time. It was profound and complex, and it used up most of Elder Mo's soul power to fall on the stone statue. Buzz! The formation diagram fell, and there was a trembling sound. Soul power constantly surged around the stone statue, and killing intent filled the air, wanting to break the formation diagram. Rays of light fell from the formation diagram, and the soul lock began to take effect. The stone statue's true body slowly showed signs of petrification, as if it was being sealed again, and it continued to spread downwards. It's done! Zi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and he was extremely excited. After successfully sealing, he would have a powerful trump card, and he wouldn't be afraid of flying anymore. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of killing intent appeared, and Zi Chen felt a sense of danger. A cold light shot in from the door, heading straight for Zi Chen's forehead. Someone's ambushing. Zi Chen's expression changed. Light flashed under his feet, and like a bolt of lightning, he dodged to the side. 9 bolts of lightning passed. It was like a real light. Swoosh! The cold light followed closely, and its killing intent was boundless. Its speed wasn't much slower than Zi Chen's. This was a spirit weapon, and it was only the size of a palm. It was resplendent, and the cold light flickered, making Zi Chen feel that it was very dangerous. In the small stone room, golden light shone brightly. Zi Chen turned into a ray of light and dodged, and the cold light followed closely behind. Beside him, Elder Mo was sealing the stone statue. At this critical moment, he didn't have time to help. Swoosh! He dodged rapidly, and at the same time, Zi Chen tapped forward with both hands. Golden sword beams appeared and collided with the spirit weapon. However, it was to no avail. The sword beams were instantly shattered by the spirit weapon. While dodging, Zi Chen finally seized an opportunity and punched out. Golden light flashed, dyeing the entire stone room golden. The perfect body's powerful strike appeared. Pow! With a loud boom, the stone room trembled. The spirit weapon trembled in the air and rapidly retreated. At the same time, Zi Chen felt a strong force assault him. He retreated abruptly, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his fist. A bloody mark had appeared. What a terrifying spirit weapon! Zi Chen's expression changed. His perfect body was injured again. This was a physique that had withstood 5 lightning tribulations. Typical spirit weapons could withstand it, but today it was repeatedly injured. Zi Chen was shocked, but little did he know that outside the stone room, the person controlling the spirit weapon was even more shocked. His eyeballs nearly popped out. In this world, there was actually someone who could use their body to block a spirit weapon strike. This was unbelievable. Swoosh! The spirit weapon retreated out of the stone room, but it quickly flew back at an even faster speed. A cold intent surged around it as killing intent filled the air. Hum! In the stone room, the golden light became even more intense. A small sword appeared and floated in the air. The moment it appeared, it became a meter long. A terrifying aura surged as it charged towards the spirit weapon that was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The two spirit weapons collided in the air, giving off a clanging sound as rays of golden light rippled out. Zi Chen's intent was clearly much stronger than the one in the dark. With a single strike, the opponent's spirit weapon began to tremble as though it had been injured and was forced to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi Chen roared. With a thought, a golden light flashed and blocked the spirit weapon first. Clang! Clang! In the stone room, golden light scattered. The golden spirit weapon completely held the advantage as it constantly suppressed the spirit weapon. After several attacks, the light on the other spirit weapon grew dimmer and dimmer. In the end, it was no match and fell to the ground, losing all its spirit energy. At the same time, a groan sounded outside the stone room. The owner had been severely injured. "Who is it? Come out!" Zi Chan roared as he looked at the door of the stone room. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as killing intent surged. "LV Peng, help. This is a tough nut to crack." At this moment, an exclamation sounded. Immediately following that, killing intent surged in the stone room once again as a cold beam shot toward Zichen. Die. This time it was no longer a spirit weapon, but an ancient weapon. Its killing intent was bone-chilling as it charged towards Zichen with the momentum of being one with the sword. Scram! Zichen roared as he punched. Golden light surged as his perfect body provided endless energy. Pung! With a single strike, it was like a thunderclap. The entire stone room trembled as the attacker and the ancient weapon were sent flying by Zichen. "LV Peng, quickly come and help. This is a tough nut to crack." He came out of the 10-directional Nirvana formation alive. The loud shout sounded again, sounding somewhat anxious. It was the same voice from before. Zichen found it very familiar. "LV Peng." The furious Zichen was suddenly stunned as he recalled something. His expression changed as disbelief filled his face. Swoosh! At this moment, light flashed as a few small flags flew in from outside the stone room. They circled above Zichen's head, forming an array formation. With a thought from Zichen, the golden sword flew up and slashed at the small flags. A terrifying energy aura surged. Boom! Light surged on the array flags as they struck out with a terrifying strike. It was like a thunderclap with peerless power. Zichen's spirit weapon actually trembled from the strike. Hum! The golden light on the spirit weapon flourished once again. With a thought from Zichen, it transformed into a large sword and slashed at the array flags. The might of the spirit weapon was completely displayed at this moment. Clang! The array flags trembled. Zichen's thought was too powerful. The might of the spirit weapon had already been displayed. Clang! Clang! Golden light flashed as a terrifying aura emanated from the large sword. The array flags that formed the array formation trembled continuously at this moment. Before the destructive aura could appear, it was beaten back by the spirit weapon. Take my 10-directional Nirvana formation. Another shout came from the dark. In the next moment, the array diagram changed in the air, forming a large array that froze the surroundings. At the same time, a terrifying energy appeared on each array flag, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. Putting away the spirit weapon, Zichen swung his fist. Golden light flashed as he struck out 4 times. In the midst of a dull sound, the 4 energy beams were shattered. At the same time, Zichen's figure exploded as he swung his fists at the 4 array flags. In the next moment, the array flags were sent flying. Chapter 3:25. Hearing the voice in the dark, Zi-chan wanted to laugh out loud. When the two disappeared, it was said that they were looking for treasures. There had been no news of them for several years. Who would have thought that they would come here? To Butcher's burial ground. The spirit weapons and formation flags all flew out. There was a brief silence in the stone chamber. It was also at this time that Elder Hiroshi completed the seal. The stone statue was petrified again. Okay, it's completely sealed. It's just that a lot of soul power has been lost. Its combat power is around the late stage of the Zephyr Realm or Master Realm, Elder Hiroshi said. So strong. Zi-chan was very surprised. Then he said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Hiroshi. No need to be so polite with me. Go and take it. I need to recover my soul power." After saying that, Elder Hiroshi's figure flashed and entered the Taiji diagram to refine the blue spirit grass. As for the sneak attack, Elder Hiroshi did not ask at all. After seeing the smile on Zi-chen's face, there was no need to ask. Zi-chen was very happy. He walked step by step toward the stone statue. He finally had a trump card. "Stop. If you dare to take another step, believe it or not, I'll kill you." A cold voice sounded. It was Zhang Haoyan. He was as cold as before. "I don't believe it." Zi-chen chuckled and strode forward. "Kid, you're courting death." Lu Peng also shouted. However, the two seemed to be afraid of Zi-chen and did not enter the stone chamber. "Kid, you don't seem to be that old." Zi-chen laughed and walked in front of the stone statue. "I'll warn you again. Back off if you don't want to die." The cold voice sounded again, and a murderous intent locked onto Zi-chen. "Hee, you guys are very boring. If you have the ability, come in. What's the point of shouting outside? Besides, this is not unlike your style." Zi-chen chuckled. Light flashed in his hand, and he took the stone statue. The latter was in his spirit ring. Zi-chen had a trump card. "You." Lu Peng was anxious. With a thought, he controlled the formation flags and flew in from outside the stone chamber. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan also wielded his ancient weapon. He turned into a beam of light and pierced toward Zi-chen's forehead. Zi-chen had a faint smile on his face. Facing the attacks of the two, he did not dodge. Instead, golden light surged around his body, and he returned to his original appearance. Clang! The long sword emitted a cold light, carrying a terrifying killing intent. However, it stopped in front of Zi-chen's forehead, as if it had been fixed in place. At the same time, the array flags that were constantly crisscrossing in midair had just released a destructive aura, but in the next moment, the aura receded like the tide. At the same time, L.V. Peng himself rushed in with a face full of disbelief. "The two of you, long time no see. Is this how you treat your guests?" Zi-chen smiled as he looked at the two stunned people in front of him. You are." Zhang Haoyan's cold expression disappeared completely. His mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. "You are Zi-chen." Lu Peng couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes with both hands. "Hee, what do you think?" Zi-chen said with a smile. "We haven't seen each other for many years. You two are really good friends. It's really you, Zi-chen. You're not dead." Zhang Haoyan reacted and shouted. He put away the ancient weapon and gave Zi-chen a bear hug. "Haha, of course I'm not dead." Zi-chen laughed loudly, very excited. "I knew it. How could there be someone in this world who could catch a spirit weapon barehanded? So it's you, a freak." Zhang Haoyan was also very excited. At this moment, L.V. Peng also stepped forward, and the two of them gave each other a bear hug. Then, the three of them looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter resounded throughout the stone room, emitting a buzzing sound. "Why are you here? You even passed the 10-directional Nirvana formation." After laughing, L.V. Peng's face was full of disbelief. "Also, you know the divine forbidden soul lock. You actually took a stone statue. It's a long story. What about you two? Didn't you come out to search for treasures long ago? Why are you still here?" Could it be that you haven't obtained the inheritance? We've been waiting here for treasures, but unfortunately we haven't been able to break the formation for several years. LV Peng was very depressed. Then what about the inheritance? Did you guys get it? Zichen asked. Zhang Haoqian nodded and said, yes, I got the inheritance of battle skills, and he got the inheritance of formations. As expected, Zichen nodded. A few years ago, LV Peng obtained a map by chance, so he brought Zhang Haoqian and the other disciples to search for treasures. Originally, he was going to call Zichen, but something happened to the Nimbus martial ancestor. At that time, Zichen was being hunted down, and the two of them couldn't find him even if they wanted to. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of dangers. At that time, their strength was low and there were many casualties. After entering here, because of carelessness, some people walked into the wrong formation and were killed. When they successfully arrived here, only the two of them were left alive. Moreover, the two of them never thought that they would find an inheritance while just searching for treasures. Moreover, it was an extraordinary inheritance. Those stone statues were a huge treasure trove. Apart from that, there were other treasures. Therefore, after obtaining the inheritance, the two of them cultivated here. Fortunately, this place was spacious enough, and there were enough fasting pills and some cultivation pills. After cultivating for a few years, the two of them had their current strength. LV Peng was at the 7th firmament of true essence. He had obtained Butcher's array formation inheritance, including the 10-directional Nirvana array and the Divine Seal Soul Lock. However, his array formation attainments were still lacking. Zhang Haoqian had obtained Butcher's battle skill inheritance, the slaughtering sword art. He was very strong, and his combat strength was comparable to a monster's. However, when he encountered Zichen, a Heaven Realm martial artist with a perfect body, his combat strength was suppressed. After that, the two of them asked Zichen how he had survived all these years. Zichen told them about his experiences, and the two of them were amazed. Their eyes flashed. They never expected that Zichen had experienced so many things over the years. Ao Baichuan, so that's Master's name. Butcher, Ao Baichuan. He was the strongest person in the southern region back then. Master is indeed domineering. This was the first time the two of them had heard of their master's name. When they heard of Butcher's deeds, they were very excited, and their eyes were filled with admiration. By the way, what's the treasure you mentioned? Asked Zichen. It's a treasure left behind by Master. It's very powerful, but unfortunately my array formation attainments are too weak. I can't obtain it, said LV Peng dejectedly. Zhang Haoqian also had a look of disappointment. Rumble. At this moment, the entire stone chamber trembled. They are about to reach the treasure. LV Peng's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with indignation. What's going on? Asked Zichen. The two of them looked at each other. Finally, Zhang Haoqian said, back then there were only two ways to obtain the treasure left behind by Master. The first was to obtain the inheritance. Once one had deep attainments in array formations, one could pass through the 10-directional Nirvana array and take the treasure. Unfortunately, we have been here for several years, but we still can't crack the array formation. We still haven't obtained the treasure. The second method is to use powerful martial arts to fight our way in and obtain the final treasure. Now that they are about to fight their way into the depths, we should leave. The two of them were very dejected. Clearly, they already knew the powerful means of the major forces. At that moment, leaving was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, if the treasure was taken away by the major forces, they would turn around and snatch their inheritance. The gains would not make up for the losses. What's the treasure? Can you bring me to see it? Asked Zichen. We haven't seen it either. With the array formation blocking us, we can't see it at all, said LV Peng. Then bring me to see the array. Are you crazy? They are about to kill us. We have to leave. LV Peng glared. No, I have too many enemies. I have to obtain something that can suppress flying. Otherwise, I will still be hunted down. Zi-Chin shook his head resolutely. Seeing Zi-Chen's resolute expression, the two of them were helpless and could only point the way for Zi-Chin. It was another gray space. It was a single 10-directional nirvana array. It was very powerful. It's here. If we can successfully pass through here, we will be able to obtain the treasure, said LV Peng. Elder Hiroshi appeared in a flash. Looking at the gray space, he frowned. Elder Hiroshi, how is it? Asked Zi-Chin. Elder Hiroshi's attainments in array formations were his only and greatest reliance. After staring at the array formation for a moment, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and said, "The array formation can't be cracked. It won't be easy to pass through it. This is a single array formation, and it's much stronger than the previous one. Elder Hiroshi, I have a way to crack the array formation. However, my attainments are too shallow and I can't fully comprehend it." At this moment, LV Peng spoke. "I still have some array flags that might come in handy." After knowing that Elder Hiroshi was an array formation master, LV Peng took out all the flags. There were 64 of them, and they shone brightly. They were obtained together with inheritance and were also necessary for array formation masters. The flags haven't been refined, so their power will be reduced by a few levels. However, it shouldn't be a problem to pass through it smoothly. Elder Hiroshi nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 64 array flags rose into the air. "Be careful. We will wait for you here." LV Peng used his mind to transmit the method to Elder Hiroshi. "Don't force yourself. Even if you can't get the treasure, don't you still have the stone statue? If you really can't do it, just retreat. We will wait for you here." With so many experts here, the two didn't want Zi-Chin to take the risk. "I know." Zi-Chin nodded. Then, he entered the gray space with Elder Hiroshi. As soon as they entered the array, 64 array flags surrounded Zi-Chin, forming a defensive array formation that shone brightly. Boom! In the gray space, there was a clap of thunder. The array formation was in operation, and a terrifying killing intent emerged. As soon as they entered, the all-directional Nirvana array began to operate. Streams of terrifying energy flowed, forming a huge killing array. Elder Hiroshi's eyes flashed as he stared at the operating array. He had been deducing. The destructive energy flowed. If he took a wrong step, he would fall into eternal damnation. Clang! A flag trembled and flew out into the air. It stopped 3 meters away and landed on the ground. Terrifying energy flowed, wreaking havoc. However, after the flag fell, the energy was like a tide, splitting into two sides. Clang! Another array flag flew out. It shone brightly and landed 5 meters away. As if it touched the array foundation, the energy flowed back. Clang! Clang! More array flags flew out. They were densely packed and landed more than 10 meters away, shining brightly. In the end, all the array flags flew out and formed an all-directional Nirvana array. It restrained the original array, and the entire array stopped operating. "There's not much time. Let's go," Elder Hiroshi urged. Chapter 326. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the stone chamber trembled. The alchemy weapon emitted a powerful aura as it unleashed terrifying attacks. In the hands of a grandmaster, the alchemy weapon's power was fully displayed. This time, each of the major forces had sent a grandmaster. Each of them had an alchemy weapon with destructive power. Among them, the Liu clan's expert was the most powerful. The Wolf Fong weapon in his hand was the strongest alchemy weapon. Every time it attacked, a black dragon would appear, destroying the space and devouring everything. Wherever it passed, it would kill everything. He directly rushed to the last floor. Boom! A Grandmaster stone statue was sent flying and exploded in midair, turning into dust. Even the alchemy weapon disappeared. Boom! The black dragon rushed down quickly, and the destructive aura around it shrouded many stone statues. In the next moment, many stone statues exploded. This was the most important treasure in the ruins, but unfortunately no one knew the soul lock, so they couldn't take it away. The expert from the Liu clan continued to charge forward ferociously, breaking through layer after layer of space. Behind him, the other ancestor-level experts were not to be outdone either. Wielding their pill weapons, they unleashed powerful attacks and caught up. At the back was a group of powerful Zycone cultivators. After breaking through layer by layer, they spent a lot of time and finally reached the 9th floor. Boom! The huge stone door instantly shattered under the attack of the ferocious wolf Fong weapon. Debris flew everywhere as the experts of the Liu clan entered in a flash. This was the last floor and there was no danger. There was only a huge stone platform in front of them, and 3 items were placed on it. The first item emitted a destructive aura, and the space around it shattered silently as if they were in a black hole. It was a sword that shone with a resplendent silver light. The oppressive aura it exuded made even those at the ancestral master realm tremble in fear. The second item was a heavy hammer, and it was only the size of a palm. It was surrounded by lightning, and it looked like a dancing lightning snake. The lightning snake danced wildly and the space shattered. Compared to the first 2 items, the third item was much more ordinary. It was a gourd and it emitted a purple gold light. There were runes engraved on it, and it shone brightly. Although there was a surging aura around it, it didn't shatter the space. Compared to the first 2 items, it was obviously lacking. Of course, it was also extraordinary to be placed here, but its grade was much lower. As soon as the Liu clan's expert entered, he saw the 3 items, and his eyes flashed with red light. He was very excited. This is the foundation. He let out a cry of surprise. The terrifying aura from the weapon was not much different from the family's foundation. In other words, there were 2 things here that could be used as a foundation. Light flashed, and in the next moment he rushed forward. "Brother Liu, are you trying to monopolize everything?" At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately after, a figure rushed over quickly behind the cultivators of the Liu clan and grabbed at the resources ahead. "This is the foundation. There are actually 2 of them." Swish, swish. These people were all sect masters, and their strength was not too different from each other. In less than a breath's time, they had already rushed in. Their expressions changed instantly, and they all grabbed at the treasures. Numerous energy palm prints filled the entire stone room. The surging aura caused the stone room to shake once again. At this moment, several giant hands of energy were grabbing at the 2 treasures, ignoring the purple gold gourd. Buzz. With a slight buzz, the 2 weapons suddenly emitted rays of light, forming a resplendent light barrier in front of Lin Fan. Bang! All of the giant hands were blocked by the light shield. The defensive power of the light shield was astonishing. Damn it! The group of sect masters was furious. They waved their weapons and smashed down. The space was torn apart, and the stone room was about to collapse. Boom! The weapons hit the light shield, causing it to shake, but the light shield did not move at all. Instead, the weapons were pushed back. Do it! At the same time, several weapons appeared, emitting a violent aura and attacked the light shield. Many cracks appeared around the stone room, spreading rapidly like a spider web. The attack of a sect master was too terrifying, and the stone room could not withstand it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, causing the entire ruins to shake. The powerful light shield also began to distort violently. When Zichen walked out of the formation, the sect masters had already arrived. The 2 treasures were supporting a huge light shield, but it could not hold on for much longer. "That's—" Zichen's eyes widened as he stared at the 2 weapons. From the auras of the 2 weapons, Zichen could sense an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a pill weapon. In other words, these 2 treasures were stronger than the pill weapons. Boom! A loud sound rang out once again. The light barrier trembled, and Zichen almost fainted from the shock. Swoosh! Zichen reacted and turned into a ray of light, grabbing the 2 treasures. He was very excited. These treasures were stronger than the pill weapons. Once he got them, he would not be afraid of flying in the future. Damn it, why is there someone here? Suddenly, the roar of an overlord came from outside the light barrier. Someone saw Ziqin inside the light barrier. It's him. At the same time, someone recognized Ziqin. Stop, if you dare to take these treasures, there will be no place for you in the entire southern region. If you dare to touch those treasures, my Zhu family will kill you even if you go to heaven or hell. The sect master's cold voice sounded. These 2 treasures were too precious, and even sect masters like them lost their composure. Ziqin curled his lips and ignored the sect master. He directly grabbed the 2 treasures. His target was clear. Don't touch those 2 treasures. Take the purple golden gourd. Suddenly, a spiritual thought sounded in Ziqin's mind. It was old Mo. He reminded him in time. Ah, Ziqin was stunned. Quick, take the gourd and leave, old Mo urged. Swoosh. Along the way, old Mo had helped Ziqin a lot. At this moment, he did not hesitate and chose to trust him unconditionally. He grabbed the purple golden gourd and turned to leave. As soon as Ziqin stepped into the array, he heard a loud explosion. The light shield shattered and several sect masters rushed in. Ziqin did not take the 2 treasures. He only took the purple golden gourd. The sect masters did not have time to care about him and directly grabbed the treasures. Boom! At the same time, a series of explosions sounded. As they rushed to the treasures, they kept attacking to prevent others from touching them. You guys go after Ziqin. You must get the purple golden gourd back for me, the sect master of the Li family said as he fought. Ziqin did not change his appearance. The other party recognized him at a glance. What? Ziqin? He's Ziqin. The others were startled. They did not expect that Ziqin, who was the talk of the town, was that brat. Go! The sect master of the Tsang family also shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! This was a battle between sect masters. Just the aftermath was very scary. If one was not careful, they would be killed by the energy. No one hesitated. They turned and chased in the direction Ziqin escaped. There were a total of sect masters in the air. The leader was Ma Yanqing. Around him, array flags were spinning, forming a defensive array. He rushed in. Then the others followed. Old Mo! Just as he entered the array, Ziqin yelled out. Fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, old Mo reminded him in time. Otherwise, he would be killed by the sect masters before he could even get the gourd. Clang! Old Mo appeared beside Ziqin. He sent out waves of soul power. Then, an array flag flew and landed beside Ziqin. Behind Ziqin, the space became gray again. Clang! Clang! Ziqin escaped quickly, returning to the original path. Behind him, the sound of clanging continued. Array flags flew up, no longer suppressing the 10-directional Nirvana array. The space became gray again. The power of the 10-directional Nirvana array began to show. Boom! Then a strong aura surged from behind. A powerful spiritual sense wreaked havoc. The sect masters did not have time to care about Ziqin. They chased after him. Clang! At this moment, Ziqin rushed out of the array. Old Mo took away all the array flags. The entire space was dusky. A group of people entered through the air, and the 10-directional Nirvana formation was activated. A destructive aura rippled out, and waves of terrifying energy swept out. After that, boundless killing intent pressed down on the people below. The killing array was activated, killing everything. Damn it, this is the 10-directional Nirvana array. As soon as Ma Yanqing rushed in, he faced the activated killing array. His face changed drastically, and there was no trace of blood in his eyes. Boom! The array activated and shot out a beam of light, instantly shattering the defensive array around Ma Yanqing. The latter looked horrified. He turned around and retreated. At the same time, he moved his spiritual sense again, controlling the array flags to form a defensive array. Pum! Pum! The array activated, obliterating life. In an instant, 3 sect masters were crushed by the array. Blood splattered, and there was no corpse left. Bang! At the same time, the defensive array that Ma Yanqing had just set up was instantly broken. Even the array flags were shattered by the array. When the obliterating beam of light fell, Ma Yanqing rushed out. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. After coming out, he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Beside him, Wang Jinwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu were also pale. They were seriously injured in the array. There were at least 8 sect masters who rushed in, but in just 3 breaths, only 4 of them came out alive. The others were all dead, and these 3 were the last to enter. They almost didn't come into contact with the array before they were blasted out by the array's energy. So scary. The 3 of them were pale. After coming out, they quickly retreated. The battle here was even more intense, and the aftermath of the energy was also terrifying. Damn it! Ma Yanqing let out an unwilling roar. He was furious. He didn't get anything this time. Instead, his array flags were shattered. He couldn't break the 10-directional Nirvana array at all. Boom! The surging energy swept over, and Ma Yanqing was directly blasted out. He coughed out blood. He was really unlucky today. The battle between the sect masters was fierce. Pill soldiers appeared frequently. At this moment, for the sake of their foundation, they didn't hold back anymore. Boom! The entire stone room was trembling, and cracks appeared. Although there was an array flashing on the surface, it still couldn't stop the destructive power. Chapter 327. The path that the 2 of them took to escape with Zi Qin wasn't the original path, but another path. The stone chamber was very large, like a maze. There was a chill in the air that made Zi Qin feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, there was a sense of danger everywhere. "Where are we going?" Zi Qin asked. In his hand he held the purple gold calabash that shone resplendently and emitted a strange fluctuation. "There's a teleportation array outside Master's burial ground." "We'll leave from there," said LV Peng. "Butcher's burial ground. He's really dead." Zi Qin was alarmed. He had always thought that this was a ruin that Butcher had left behind to leave behind his legacy. After all, according to legend, Butcher was extremely powerful and was the #1 person in the southern region. How could such a person die? Who in this world can avoid death? Even if one is peerless, in the end they are just a pile of skeletons. Master's lifespan was up, but he didn't defy the heavens. When Butcher was mentioned, other than reverence, the 2 of them didn't have any other expressions. This was because the 2 of them knew very little about Butcher. They didn't even know what realm he was at. As the few of them advanced, Zi Qin felt the chill grow stronger. His hair stood on end as he sensed the dangerous aura of death. These are the treasures Master left behind? They don't look like much. LV Peng turned his head and asked. He was very relaxed, as though he had long gotten used to the chill in the air. "There are a total of 3. This is the worst. The other 2 are very strong, even more terrifying than alchemy weapons. A group of sect masters are fighting over them." Zi Qin said. He wasn't disappointed that he didn't obtain the strongest treasure. Instead, he was glad. If he had really taken those 2 items, he would definitely have died. When the 2 of them heard this, they gasped and shook their heads. They felt that it was a pity that such treasures had brushed past them. However, the 2 of them were still in a good mood. They were very satisfied with obtaining the legacy, because this was the true treasure. Back then, Butcher had used an array formation to kill many experts. With his combat skills, he had destroyed a Heaven Realm expert. The 2 of them were very confident. "Are you sure there's no problem?" The coldness in Zi Chen's heart intensified as he couldn't help but shiver. At that moment, his perfect body felt a stabbing pain. It was as though a sharp blade was glaring at him from the side, ready to slice at any moment. The coldness was oppressive. "Don't worry, we've been here for years. There's no problem at all. You're just not used to it." The two of them were very relaxed. Zi Chen saw Butcher's burial ground from afar. It was a pitch-black ancient castle made of unknown materials. Misty qi flowed around it like sharp blades, wreaking havoc in the air, forming an inescapable net without any openings. Every single strand of qi was like a strand of sword qi, able to tear apart the void. Their power was terrifying. At this moment, they were densely packed, no less than several hundred to several tens of thousands of strands surrounding the ancient castle. The killing intent here overflowed into the heavens. It was like a great ominous land, making people feel reverence and not dare to approach. That's a fully activated 10 directional nirvana formation. Once one steps into it, death is certain. The only way to break it open is with great force. Aside from that, there's no other way to break it. Zi Chen was shocked when he heard this. Such a large formation was second only to ancient formations. Who could break it with great force? Even a Grandmaster-level expert wouldn't be able to do so with great force, even if they had two powerful weapons. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. An entire burial ground trembled. The battle between Grandmasters was too terrifying. This side of the world was about to collapse. However, Zi Chen found that the ancient castle seemed to be outside of the void. No matter how the world trembled, it didn't move at all. It was as if it was fixed in place. The inheritance and treasures are gone. The burial grounds formation will operate on its own. The ancient castle will enter the depths of the earth. Let's go now. I haven't been out for a few years, and I've forgotten what the outside air smells like. The three of them came to a stone room. There was a complicated formation engraved in the stone room. As LV Peng released a strand of energy, the formation lit up and flickered with brilliant light. This was a teleportation formation, a high-end formation that was difficult for ordinary people to set up. Even Elder Mo couldn't do it. Let's go. LV Peng took the lead and stepped on the formation. The formation circulated and surrounded LV Peng. In the next moment, LV Peng's figure disappeared. Why did you keep holding it in your hand? Before leaving, Zhang Haoyan finally asked the question in his heart. He had been looking at it repeatedly before, but was too embarrassed to ask. Zi Chen smiled bitterly. Holding the purple gold gourd, he shrugged and said, "It's very special. I can't put it in a spatial ring." Swish! Light flickered, and the two's figures were enveloped by the formation. Then they disappeared. Stepping into the transmission array again, Zi Chen still had a strange feeling. It was as if he had entered the void and traveled for an eternity. When he reappeared in the next moment, the three of them were already outside the ruins, standing in the huge square. Phew, finally out. LV Peng let out a long breath. After being here for several years, he finally came out today. The sky was blue, clear, and sunny. Even the air seemed to have a trace of sweetness. LV Peng felt very comfortable. Zhang Haotian also let out a long breath. He stretched his arms and gave the sky a hug. But in the next moment, his figure froze. LV Peng was also dumbfounded. Looking around, Zi Chen was also stunned. Surprise and vigilance appeared in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the purple gold gourd. The crowd was densely packed. There were at least a few hundred people, and all of them were looking at them. They were the cultivators who had entered the ruins before. Because of the ancestor-level battle, they were forced to escape. But they didn't expect that as soon as they appeared, they would see 3 people appear out of thin air in the center of the square. Many people's eyes were glowing with a green light, like hungry wolves that had seen a delicious meal. The 3 were surrounded. What's going on? Looking at those green eyes, The three of them trembled. They had no idea what was going on. That was especially true of Zichin. Those green eyes were all looking at the purple gold gourd in his hand. That naked greed was not concealed at all. Zichin, you're Zichin! Just at this moment, startled cries rang out. Someone recognized Zichin. Yes, it's him. He's Zichin. I saw him in Songli City back then. Didn't he leave the southern region with Su Long to join the Martial Heaven Alliance? Why is he here? At this moment, even more people let out startled cries. They clearly recognized Zichin. What's that in his hand? A precious treasure? Why are they here? Could it be that they were the first to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance and precious treasure? Discussions rang out. Everyone's gazes toward the three of them became unfriendly. Their greed was not concealed at all. Zichin, it's you. You're a Luo, right? Suddenly, a voice filled with dense killing intent rang out. It was Gung Lu. Gung Lu had always been brooding over what had happened back then. He had always felt that a Luo was very familiar, but he couldn't remember him. Now that he saw Zichin, he came to a sudden realization. What do you think? Zichin turned and gave Gung Lu a strange smile. It's you. Damn it, I should have guessed. Killing intent flashed in Gung Li's eyes, and his eighth heaven stage aura surged out. It's actually you. At the same time, Chu Lai and the others also walked out. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and killing intent surged out of them. Haha, so you're all here. What? Didn't I beat you into submission back then? Sneered Zichin. The purple gold gourd in his hand was dazzling, drawing everyone's attention. What are you doing? Are you ganging up on us? Just at this moment, Miao Kong stepped forward, blocking Gung Lu. Are you comparing numbers? Lu Bo also appeared. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and a strong aura surged around his body as he stood side by side with Miao Kong. Sigh. Every time you appear, you cause such a huge commotion. Wang Shan was dragged out unwillingly by Wang Xian. He said unhappily, what's wrong with you all? Can you be more shameless? You get slapped in the face every time, and you still want to find trouble. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I find it annoying. Naturally, Wang Shan would not find it annoying to see others getting slapped in the face. However, when he saw Zichin in the limelight, he felt extremely displeased. What did you say? Chu Lai's expression was unfriendly. The cold qi around him intensified, and the already low temperature in the air dropped even further. He said that you all are very annoying, always finding trouble for no reason. Wang Xian said. She was very protective of Zichin every time. You knew his identity long ago. No wonder your family helped him that day. Gung Lu gritted his teeth so hard that they cracked. He was so angry that he couldn't take it. What? A Luo is Zichin. No wonder he can fight against 5 alone. It turns out that he is Zichin, that heaven stage cultivator. Everyone exclaimed. All the inconceivable things were attributed to a heaven stage cultivator. Rumble. The great tremors continued in the ancient remnant. The entire ancient remnant trembled. Clearly, the outcome of the sovereign-level battle had not been decided yet. Furthermore, the appearance of the demonic geniuses formed a hostile faction. This caused the people in the air beside them to show unfriendly expressions. The experts of the clans were fighting in the ancient remnant, not holding back at all. Furthermore, there was no need to exercise restraint here. Aside from the neutral factions, all the people in the air were eyeing each other covetously. Zichin. Atian had already walked over and stood beside Zichin. Move aside. This is a grudge between me and Zichin, Gung Lu said coldly. Uft. Bah, don't flatter yourself. We didn't block your path at all. If you have a grudge, go and settle it yourself. Wang Shan's words were not polite at all. Indeed, they didn't block Gung Lu. They only blocked the others. You. Gung Lu was so angry that he could not say anything. All of you move aside. See if I don't kill Zichin today. Chu Lai said coldly. Very well. Go and fight one-on-one, Wang Shan said disdainfully, curling his lips. Chu Lai was also unable to say a single word. Ziqin, come out if you have the ability. Don't stand behind a woman. What kind of ability is that? Gung Lu roared. He purposely ignored Wang Shan and the others, and said that he stood behind Wang Xian'er. That's right. You are a heaven stage cultivator. Why don't you have any sense of shame? The other demonic geniuses snorted with sarcasm. Chapter 328. Kill, leave no one alive. At this moment, Ziqin's killing intent was triggered. His eyes flashed coldly, and the cold killing intent made people's hearts tremble. Was he going to kill someone? Everyone couldn't help but be startled. Back in Sangli City, Ziqin had killed 5 monstrous geniuses in one day, causing a sensation. However, that was a battle on the battle stage, and there were several major forces protecting Ziqin. The stronger Ziqin was, the more forces would protect him. Those monstrous geniuses had died in vain. It was understandable that Ziqin would kill monstrous geniuses in order to survive. But today Ziqin took the initiative to say that he would kill the monstrous geniuses. This made people speculate that the conflict between Ziqin and the major forces was irreconcilable. It seemed like they were going to be enemies until the end. You guys get out of the way first. Since they want to die, I'll fulfill their wishes, Ziqin said coldly. He walked forward step by step, and the killing intent around him chilled people's hearts. Be careful. Miao Kong and the others retreated after hearing this. They transmitted their voices to their own Zukis, in case the other Zukis suddenly attacked. Wang Shan turned and left, feeling unhappy. Obviously, Ziqin was going to slap other people's faces and steal the limelight again. Swoosh! Ziqin turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Gung Lu. Gung Lu had been noisy before, and Ziqin was very disgusted with him. Now he was going to kill him first. However, at this moment, another figure flew over. Leave him to me. I'll kill him. It was Atian. His eyes flashed coldly. He had an irreconcilable hatred with the Gung family. Today, he would kill Gung Lu to collect some interest. I'm looking forward to fighting the monstrous geniuses of the major forces. I'll take care of one too. Zhang Haotian stepped forward with a cold expression. He had entered battle mode. LV Prung didn't say anything. His body flashed with light, and 4 array flags rose into the air, circling in the air and forming a huge array, covering the monstrous geniuses of the Tsang family. Then, energy surged from the array flags. Shameless boasting. Kill them. At this moment, the 5 monstrous geniuses also moved. Their strength broke through again, and the aura of the 8th celestial layer surged, giving them some confidence. After that, they charged towards Ziqin and the others. A great battle was about to break out. Powerful battle techniques appeared one after another. The moment they exchanged blows, they were all killing moves. There was no intention of probing at all. Everyone was shocked. Ziqin's friends were not ordinary either. Their strength was not any weaker than the freaks. Only one of them was at the 7th celestial layer, but he was the most mysterious array master. Strength would never represent their battle prowess. Die. Chu Lai's body was surrounded by a cold aura. He wielded an ancient weapon in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a resplendent light. Under the activation of his Yuan force, it was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Ziqin. Frozen world. It was another one of the Chu clan's killing techniques. The light of bewilderment appeared, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of white. An ice-cold aura surged, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. It was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg was releasing cold air, and the chill was extremely oppressive. Swoosh! A sword light flashed and arrived before Ziqin. The surging cold intent made Ziqin's movement slow. Chu Lai smiled sinisterly. Boom! Golden light surged around Zi Chen's body. Blazing energy was emitted, and the cold intent was blocked outside. He held the purple gold gourd in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He punched towards the sword light. The fist light was resplendent and emitted a golden light. It carried a heavy aura like a mountain. A fist appeared, and it was blazing with extreme yang energy. Clang! The fist collided with the sword light, and there was a sonorous sound. The blazing energy rushed out, carrying with it the destructive aura unique to thunder and lightning. It scattered a large patch of golden light as extreme energy surged. The powerful force made Chu Lai retreat a few steps. His face was pale, and the ancient weapon in his hand almost slipped out. He lowered his head and saw that there was blood on his palm. It had been shattered by Zi Chen's punch. He looked at Zi Chen again. He caught the ancient weapon with his bare hands, and his hand was unscathed. His powerful physique made people's hearts tremble. Such an attack made everyone's expression change. They were secretly impressed by Zi Chen. He was able to injure Chu Lai with a single attack, but he was unscathed. Boom! The sky shook and black light lingered. Boundless pressure emerged. The evildoer martial ancestor made his move. A giant black palm print appeared in the sky, surging with black essence force. It shook the air and struck towards Zi Chen. Annihilation Palm, martial ancestor's offensive combat skill. Knowing how powerful Zi Chen was, the two evildoers chose to team up against him at this moment. Dong! Zi Chen clenched his fist and flew up into the sky. His body was surrounded by golden light, and his blood was boiling. He shattered the palm print with a single attack. It caused the sky to shake, and the sky was filled with golden light. Frozen world. The difference of one word was huge. Chu Lai's body emitted an icy aura. It was white and could even freeze the air. A wave of cold intent rose and froze the surroundings. The icy aura was like an ice dragon rushing towards Zi Chen. Not only could it freeze the body, but it could also freeze the soul spirit. It was the Chu clan's killer move. Boom! Zi Chen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He swung his fist. Golden light lingered around his fist, and the endless icy aura was blocked by his boiling blood, unable to move forward. At the same time, the golden fist landed and shattered the ice dragon. In the sky, energy exploded and the aura surged. However, before Zi Chen could move forward, another pitch-black blade streaked across the sky and rushed towards Zi Chen. The two evildoers teamed up and launched powerful attacks, each stronger than the previous one. They were all offensive attacks and did not give Zi Chen any time to counterattack. Bang! Zi Chen swung his fist again, and a large amount of golden light burst out. The moment the blade touched his fist, it was shattered and dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. Boom! The surging energy continued to surge. Just as he broke the martial ancestor's attack, Chu Lai's attack arrived. The icy aura filled the sky and covered the sky. The two of them communicated with their minds. They had already thought of how to fight. They just wanted to stall for time and wait for the experts to return before killing Zi Chen. However, they did not know that the strongest expert of their clan, Yukong, had already died in the 10-direction Nirvana formation. As for the master-level experts, they were busy fighting. They had even given up on the purple golden gourd, let alone Zi Chen. Looking at the incoming attacks, Zi Chen's face turned gloomy. He was getting impatient. It was better to end this battle quickly. If it dragged on for too long, unforeseen events might occur. Whoosh! Golden light flickered around his body, and his eyes were overflowing with cold light. At this moment, Zi Chen turned into an illusory light. His body was like an illusion, and it was very blurry. He left behind after images on the spot and dodged Chu Lai's attack in an instant. At the same time, he stepped on the 9 lightning flash and appeared in front of Chu Lai at an extreme speed. His body flashed, and he was like a golden light, arriving in front of Chu Lai. He threw out a heavy punch, and the terrifying strength caused the air to explode. Chu Lai's face changed. This punch was too fast, and he could not dodge it. He could only take it head-on. He gritted his teeth, and the essence force in his body surged. He held the shining ancient weapon and threw it towards Zi Chen's fist. He was going to meet force with force. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, causing the entire plaza to shake violently. A wave of golden qi spread out in all directions. Chu Lai let out a muffled groan as his body flew backwards. While he was in midair, his expression changed drastically as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Chu Lai was not a match for Jiang Lusher at all. He was injured in one strike. A chill appeared from the side. The martial ancestor seized the opportunity to attack, and he threw out a powerful attack. Rolling essence force surged crazily, and boundless killing intent filled the entire plaza. Zi Qin turned his head, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Golden light surrounded him, and he threw out a punch. Under the perfect body, everything would be shattered. PFFF. At the same time, under the heavens reappeared. Zi Chan rushed forward and threw out a powerful punch. Boundless golden light engulfed the martial ancestor. The latter was defeated, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The battle had just started, and the two demon-level geniuses were already coughing out blood. Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Zi Chen's combat power was shocking. He held the purple gold gourd in his left hand, and his right hand was clenched into a fist. His body was covered in golden light, and 2 extreme energies were changing. One was hot, and the other was cold. However, no matter what kind of aura it was filled with destructive power. Under the perfect body, there was nothing that could not be destroyed with a single punch. The killing techniques of the major factions were like a joke in front of him. Bang! The 2 of them were sent flying again. They coughed out blood, and their faces were pale. I will send you on your way now. Zi Chen's body surged with killing intent. His voice was cold and emotionless. He took a big step forward, and he turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Chu Lai at an extremely fast speed. Golden essence, force, surged in his hand. For the first time, he switched from a fist to a finger, and a golden sword aura shot out. It was unusually sharp. PFFF. Chu Lai's eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly dodged, but his chest was still pierced by the sword aura. A bloody hole appeared, and fresh blood flowed out. He quickly retreated. His hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood. His expression was ferocious and miserable. Swish! The martial ancestor was not much better. He was slashed by the golden sword aura, and his head was almost chopped off. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. However, a piece of his hair was still chopped off. He felt a chill on his neck, and a red mark appeared. Zi Chen was expressionless. There was only killing intent in his eyes. The ground was trembling even more violently. It seemed like a master-level expert was about to appear. He did not have much time left. His fingertips were shining with golden light. He formed a seal with one hand, and it was like a jumping sprite. The next moment, a chilling aura emerged. Extreme Yin. A glaring golden brilliance surged, bringing with it a torrential killing intent. The extreme Yin that Zi Chen saw back then could even shatter the sky and destroy the world. Although he could not produce such an attack now, it was obviously enough to deal with these demon-level geniuses. PFFF. The golden light flashed and went straight to Chu Lai's chest, wanting to split him into 2. Chu Lai's expression changed. His eyes were filled with fear. He used all of his origin energy and dodged to the side. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden light rushed past, and one of Chu Lai's arms flew up. It was chopped off by the golden light. Ah! Chu Lai covered his severed arm with one hand and could not help but scream. His voice was mournful. Stop! All of this happened too quickly. It was so fast that the Chu clan's shout was a step too late. The Chu clan appeared in the air and rushed towards Zichen with extreme speed. Naturally, he would not allow Zichen to kill Chulai. Swish! However, at this moment, another silhouette blocked his path. It was Yukong from Yunxia City. Boom! The two palms collided. Torrential energy surged, and both of them retreated. It was a draw. What is the meaning of this? Yukong asked coldly. This is a matter between the younger generation. Let the younger generation settle it themselves. Yukong was very indifferent. Bullshit! Yukong was furious. Chapter 329. Many of the 5 great clans appeared in the sky, wanting to kill Zichen. The genius of the Lu clan, Lu Qin, the chubby young man with an honest look, frowned slightly as he transmitted his voice. Martial ancestor Miao Kong also sent out a thought to protect Zichen. Wang Qiong, under Wang Xian's pleading gaze, unwillingly sent out a thought. At the same time, he stood in front of them. Wang Qiong was a powerful demon, known as the #1 demon in Yunxia City. Many people guessed that he had the strength to fight against Yukong. At this moment, he stepped forward and blocked Yukong's path, which made many people pale. Following that, 3 forces appeared in the sky and blocked these people. In the previous battle, many forces suffered casualties in the sky, but in comparison, the 3 forces suffered less losses. What is the meaning of this? When the 2 sides met, the atmosphere was tense. Below the ground, the ancestral masters of their clans were also engaged in a fierce battle. The ground trembled continuously. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. If they are not strong enough, they will die in vain. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. 3 powerful auras appeared. It was Wang Jinwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu. They had just come out of the ground and saw this scene. Naturally, they wanted to protect Zichen. Behind the 3 of them, Ma Yanqing's face was filled with hatred. He had really lost today. He didn't get anything, and even his array flag was destroyed. But when he saw the purple gold gourd in Zichen's hand, his eyes lit up. His expression kept changing. That's an array flag. Then he saw the array flag controlled by LV Peng. He let out a low cry, and his pupils shrank. He could tell that the array flag was not ordinary. Wang Jinwei, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to go against our Chu clan? Aren't you afraid that our ancestral masters will come out and kill you? A Yukong stared at Wang Jinwei and snorted. Worry about yourselves. Whether he can come out or not is another thing. Wang Jinwei sneered and stood in front of them. Everyone blocked Zichen's path. Without any worries, Zichen's attacks were even fiercer. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as golden light flickered. The martial ancestor's severed arm flew into the air. His killing blow was dodged by his opponent. The latter let out a miserable shriek, extremely mournful. This was a one-sided battle. The 2 of them had no chance of winning against Zichen. In front of Zichen's world speed, they couldn't even run. Ah! Chu Lai screamed miserably. He no longer had his arrogance. His other arm was also chopped off by Zichen. If you dare to kill me, you will regret it. Chu Lai roared, his eyes filled with hatred. After losing both his arms, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Extreme Yang. Zichen shouted coldly. His face was expressionless as he formed a seal with one hand. Golden light surged, and as the light flashed, a blazing golden light appeared. It brought with it a destructive aura as it slashed through Chu Lai's body. Pooh! A golden light flashed, and Chu Lai's body was split into 2. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness as he fell to the sides. His internal organs were all over the ground, and the scene was very bloody. A monstrous genius was killed. The monstrous genius of the Chu clan was killed just like that. What? Everyone's expression changed, and their hearts trembled. He really killed a monstrous genius. He was so decisive and merciless. This was too fierce. The grudge between Zi Chen and the major powers could not be resolved. Chu Lai's tragic death gave the martial ancestor a fright. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. He still had one arm, so he wasn't considered a cripple. "You want to leave?" Zi Chen used his extreme speed and turned into a beam of light. In the midst of the golden light, he punched his opponent back. The martial ancestor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. The difference in strength between the two of them was too big. In front of the extreme energy, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. After that, he saw a silver light flash out. It was like a silver dragon, piercing through his heart. Pooh! Time seemed to have stopped. The silver dragon turned into a silver spear. The martial ancestor looked at the spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. His vitality slowly dissipated. Another monstrous genius had died. Zhang Haotian had inherited Butcher's battle skill inheritance, the slaughtering sword art. This was a battle skill that was born for slaughter. Coupled with his innate cold temperament, it was even more powerful now. It suppressed the Li clan's monstrous genius. Swoosh! His attacks came and went like a ghost, making it hard for others to predict. However, every attack was powerful and terrifying. The angles of his attacks were tricky and strange. The Li clan's monstrous genius's body was surging with red yuan force. It was like a burning flame. Every attack he made was scorching hot. However, it was a pity that he didn't comprehend leaf fire. His attacks didn't have the destructive aura of leaf fire. Against the Butcher's battle skill, the Li clan's monstrous genius was in a sorry state. He was already injured. Boom! LV Peng stood at a distance, controlling the array flags to attack. The methods of an array master could never be judged by their strength. At this moment, not only did he suppress the Tsang clan's monstrous genius, he seemed to be doing it more easily than Zhang Haotian. Beams of energy fell from the array flags like heavenly lightning. The Tsang clan's monstrous genius didn't have the slightest bit of temper. His skin was charred black, and black smoke rose from his head. Obviously, he was heavily injured. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zi Chen was strong. After all, he was a Sky Realm expert. Why were his friends also so terrifying and monstrous? Bang! Compared to the two's easy suppression, the battle between Tian and Gung Lu was much more tragic. Before Tian met Zi Chen, he had always been unlucky. It was already very difficult for him to be able to keep up with the monstrous genius. As for offensive battle skills, he didn't even have one. All his attacks were at the risk of his life. "You're Nye Tian. Zi Chen saved you." Gung Lu clenched his teeth. There was a deep wound on his chest. It was left by Nye Tian. After fighting, he recognized Nye Tian. Nye Tian's injuries were also very serious. There were several wounds all over his body. The killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish as he shouted, "Die!" Then his figure flashed and charged forward. This was a battle of life and death. He didn't use any killing techniques or powerful cultivation methods. He only had one life, and he was risking it all to fight with his opponent. He wasn't like Zi Chen, who had a mysterious heart, powerful cultivation techniques, or unparalleled battle prowess. Nye Tian didn't have anything. He only had a ruthlessness. It was precisely this ruthlessness and reckless method that allowed him to escape Paradise City alive. The two collided repeatedly. Blood splattered everywhere. Nye Tian didn't defend at all. He just attacked blindly. Gung Lu wasn't used to fighting in such close quarters combat. Furthermore, such a tragic battle attracted a lot of attention. Puff! Gung Li's sharp blade flickered with resplendent light. He seized the opportunity and pierced Nye Tian's chest. Die! Gung Lu sneered and was about to swing the sharp blade in his hand. However, Nye Tian didn't seem to notice it at all. He threw a punch forward without any pause and landed on Gung Li's chest. Boundless energy surged towards the heart, causing it to tremble. Niet Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were still cold and ruthless. He looked at Gung Lu, who was also coughing out blood. However, there were fragments of his internal organs. His shocked eyes slowly lost focus. Niet Tian lived, while Gung Lu died. Gung Lu died unjustly. When he stabbed Niet Tian's chest, he thought that Niet Tian would retreat in fear. He never imagined that Niet Tian would be so decisive and ruthless. Gung Lu lost his vitality and fell backward. The crowd was in an uproar. Another monster was killed. Boom! The monsters died one after another. The crowd was anxious. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else and instantly launched an attack. Surging energy swirled around as a large-scale battle broke out in the sky. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they retreated to the distance to avoid the battle. The ground, which was already shaking, trembled even more violently after Yukong attacked. Huge cracks spread out and rumbled. The entire square was about to collapse. However, with a strong existence like Wang Jinwei, it was impossible for them to rush over. The spirit weapon flickered as it struck out streaks after streaks of terrifying space. The space trembled as ripples appeared. However, they still couldn't break through the defense formed by Wang Jinwei and the others. Puff! One of the Gung family's experts coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he was severely injured. However, he still miraculously broke through the defense and rushed out. Go to hell! His target was Niet Tian, who had killed Gung Lu. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned into a beam of light and rushed over. At this moment, Niet Tian was severely injured and couldn't even stand steadily. How could he dodge the attack of a Gung family's expert? I think you're the one who's going to die. At this moment, Zi-chan let out a loud shout. The purple gold gourd in his left hand shone brightly for the first time. Zi-chin had been holding the purple gold gourd in his hand. Its surface was engraved with runes and shining with purple light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. However, he hadn't used it in the previous battle. With a thought, the purple gold gourd rose into the air with its lid facing down as if it was hanging upside down. In the next moment, the lid of the purple gold gourd trembled as it opened. Buzz! Space trembled as a psychedelic light gushed out from the purple golden gourd. This was a small piece of gravel that flickered like stars in the night sky. It was an illusory scene, yet it contained an inconceivable might. The instant it appeared, the dome of the sky seemed to be crushed as black holes appeared one after another. Everyone's expression changed. What exactly was in the gourd? Why did it shatter the void as soon as it appeared? The sky was filled with psychedelic light. These small grains that looked like Xingchen pearls were shining brightly. They crushed the sky and locked onto the Gung family's Yukong. The latter's expression changed drastically as he sensed a dangerous aura. He wanted to flee. Swoosh! Small gravel fell from the sky, bringing with it a small black hole, landing on Yukong's body. It was as if the gravel carried the power of 1,000,000,000, directly piercing through Yukong's body. Small bloody holes appeared one after another, and then endless gravel drowned Yukong's body. By the time the small gravel dissipated, Yu Fei's figure had already disappeared along with the gravel. It was completely silent. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone's expression changed. Yukong died just like that. The attack of the purple gold gourd had actually killed a zephyr without a sound. Seeing Yukong die, Zi-chan was very excited. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Yukong was really dead, holding the purple gold gourd. He sensed a terrifying aura flowing within. He deliberately activated it, and it worked. What kind of treasure is that? It's so terrifying. That little speck of sand that looks like a star actually possesses such great power. Everyone's expression changed. They were shocked. The Tsang family's and Li family's geniuses were even more shocked after witnessing the power of the purple gold gourd. Chapter 330. Let's end this quickly. Zi Chen's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. The attack of the purple golden gourd caused the battle to stop instantly. Everyone's gaze fell on it with various emotions. Boom! In the meantime, the battle underground was still going on. The few sect masters were locked in a fierce battle. The elixir weapons danced wildly, and the entire ruin was collapsing. The array had been destroyed long ago, and cracks had appeared in the ruin. The two treasures had changed hands several times, and the sect masters were fighting fiercely. At the same time, various spiritual thoughts were transmitted, and the major forces were cooperating with each other. At this moment, the sect masters attacked. It was worth it to offend some major forces for the sake of a treasure. Among them, the Wang family, the Lu family, the martial ancestor, and the Qin family formed an alliance. The Lu family's sect master held the strongest elixir weapon and attacked everything. The Tsang family, the Li family, the Chu family, and the Gung family formed an alliance. As for the last alliance, it was the Assassin Pavilion and the Zhu family. However, these two allied forces were obviously helping the Tsang family. A fierce battle was going on. In the underground, cracks appeared in the stone chamber and then spread. With a loud explosion, the underground began to collapse. The attacks of the major forces were even more intense. The underground was about to collapse, and on the surface, the 5 major forces suffered a great loss. Out of the 5 monsters, 3 were killed. Even one of the Yu family was killed. The power of the purple golden gourd shocked everyone. Greedy gazes swept over. This was a treasure that could kill the Yu family, and it was very tempting. Among the crowd, some of the neutral Yu family members appeared. They were obviously tempted. 2 Yu family members rushed towards Zi Chen with murderous intent and attacked fiercely. The spiritual weapon shone brightly, and an unparalleled power was displayed. It rushed towards Zi Chen. Buzz! Zi Chen's mind moved, and the mouth of the purple gourd spat out light again. A large amount of gravel appeared, shining like the light of stars. It was very beautiful, but it contained an incredible amount of energy. The illusory light flickered, and the gravel landed on the spirit weapon, producing a loud sound. Immediately after, the huge spirit weapon was pierced through by the gravel, as though it had been eaten by worms. In an instant, it was riddled with holes. By the time the second instant appeared, the spirit weapon was already surrounded by gravel. The next instant, it disappeared as the spirit weapon was destroyed. The 2 of them flew through the air and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their complexions changed drastically as they retreated with extreme speed. However, at this moment, the gravel rushed over at extreme speed, flickering with Xing Chen's brilliance. The 2 of them were swept away in an instant. Without a sound, another 2 Zephyr Realm cultivators died. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. It was too terrifying. This gravel could even destroy a spirit weapon. This is Xing Qin's sand. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Xing Qin's sand? How is this possible? How can there be Xing Qin's sand in this world? Rumor has it that Xing Qin's sand is formed from the grinding of Xing Qin in the sky. It has incredible power, but it's just a rumor. Everyone exclaimed, feeling that it was inconceivable. When the gravel appeared, it flickered like Xing Qin in the sky. It was very similar to the Xing Qin sand in the legends. Rumor has it that each grain of Xing Qin sand weighs tens of millions. It can even crush the void and pierce through space. It's the real Xing Qin sand that was ground into gravel. When the gravel appeared just now, the sky collapsed and the void was pierced through. This is very similar to Xing Qin sand. Someone else spoke, his heart trembling. Everyone's face was filled with envy. That was Xing Qin sand, a legendary item. At this moment, everyone wanted to step forward and kick Zi Qin away so that they could hold the purple gold gourd in their hands. Xing Qin sand already has such power. That purple gold gourd can store Xingqian sand. Wouldn't its power be even stronger? That's right. That gourd that can store Xingqian sand is even more precious than Xingqian sand. Everyone's breathing quickened. Zichen didn't just get one treasure today, he got two. The power of the stellar sand was already very extraordinary. It could slash apart the Yuzhong. Even Wang Jinwei and the other Yuzhong experts had fear in their eyes. From this, one could see how extraordinary it was. However, that purple gold gourd could store Xingqian sand. It was definitely not an ordinary item. It was even more precious than Xingqian sand. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, danger appeared. Two rays of cold light shot out from the crowd. The sharp sword intent made people tremble. The hidden assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion actually attacked at this moment. They performed a killing blow, becoming one with the sword. Wang. Illusory colors appeared, and small holes appeared in the sky. The star sand once again descended, moving according to Zichen's will. The sand that filled the sky was like an illusory stream of water, dissolving the killing intent. First, the spirit weapon was obliterated, followed by the obliteration of the two Yukongs. The insufferably arrogant Void Masters were destroyed in an instant. Everything was so simple. Other than being shocked, the crowd was more regretful. The Xingqian sand could only be used once. Every time it appeared, it would dissipate into dust after destroying the enemy. At this moment, Zichen had used it a few times. It was really a waste. Puff! A cold light flickered and a bloody light appeared. After fighting for a long time, Zhang Haotian finally defeated his opponent. He beheaded the Li clan's monster with a single sword strike. Blood spurted out from the headless corpse, but there was also a deep wound on his body. Another monstrous genius had died. Puff! The last monster from the Tsang family was toyed with by LV Peng. His body was charred and smoke rose from his head. He was severely injured and couldn't run even if he wanted to. However, in the next moment, a cold light appeared and a silver spear pierced through his chest. It was Zichen. He held the purple golden gourd in his left hand and the ancient weapon in his right hand. He had killed the last monster. Let's go. With the 5 monsters dead, it wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. The ancestral masters might appear at any time. Zichen turned and left. Don't let him escape. He has a treasure on him. We can't let him go. After the 5 monsters died, the group of Void Masters went crazy. They were already in a killing frenzy and rushed toward Zichen. After witnessing the power of the purple gold gourd, the forces that had protected Zichen previously frowned and slowed down slightly. More rogue cultivators rushed over. Each of them was greedy and wanted to take advantage of the situation. A black mass of people rushed over. Zhang Haotian and LV Peng helped Nia Tian escape. Zichen brought up the rear. Puff! Zichen opened the lid of the gourd and blew Xingqian sand into the mouth of the gourd again. It turned into a psychedelic light and fell forward. This time, there was more Xingqian sand and it almost dyed the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the void was pierced. Small black holes appeared as if they were riddled with holes. Everyone's expression changed, and they frantically retreated. However, there were still 7 or 8 people who were too close and disappeared with the Xingqian sand. 2 of them were in the sky. Xingqian sand was too terrifying. It killed them instantly. Everyone could only retreat and follow from afar. Buzz! All of a sudden, a light trembling sound was heard as a red circle rose into the air. Materialized energy surged, and a murderous aura filled the air. This was a spell formation. Zichen and the others accidentally touched it, and their bodies were devoured by it. Haha! You broke into my flame killing formation. Let's see if you will die. A loud laugh sounded. Ma Yanqing walked out from the dark. After witnessing the power of the star sand, he knew that Zichen would definitely be able to escape. Thus, on the way back, he had set up a large formation using primal stones. Although it was done in haste, the work of a grandmaster was naturally not ordinary. It's a formation master. It's him. He disappeared when he appeared. I thought he had left. I didn't expect him to come here and set up a formation. It's over. Even if we have Xingqian sand, we may not be able to break the formation of a formation master. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The formation master has been waiting here for a long time. Everyone was shocked, but they did not dare to step forward for fear of being swallowed by the formation. Ma Yanqing laughed wildly. This was the array formation he was most proud of. Although it was laid out with primordial stones and its power was weaker, it was still enough to kill a group of true element boundary cultivators. The only thing he had to worry about now was whether the star sand could break through this array formation. The others caught up. They were far away from the formation, staring at Ma Yanqing with ill intent. Killing intent already appeared in their eyes. Haha, they're about to die. As for you, if you're not convinced, you can come in and fight. Ma Yanqing's figure flickered, and he appeared at the edge of the formation. With such a formation present, who would dare to enter? Everyone was terrified, and the group of true element realms also stopped. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, 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 clang. The formation was constantly operating, obliterating all life. Blazing heat was transmitted through the formation. If you enter my formation, you'll definitely die. Ma Yanqing was very confident, but at the same time he was also very excited. Ziqin had a great treasure, and he was very jealous. At the same time, the other little fellow had a formation flag, and its quality was even higher than his. It should have been left behind by Butcher. Butcher's inheritance was also in their hands. Just thinking about it made him excited. But before he could even finish speaking, he saw the formation distort. Zichen was the first to walk out of the formation, and the others were right behind him. How is this possible? Ma Yanqing's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. This development had far exceeded his expectations. You dare to show off your formation skills? Zichen glanced at Ma Yanqing and sneered. He turned and left. Die. Many people soared into the air, chasing after them. But with the formation blocking their way, they could only take a detour. Boom! Just as they left, the ruins collapsed in the next moment. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. The ruins became a deep crater. As for Butcher's burial ground, the formation activated, and the ancient castle left the ruins and began to sink underground. One figure after another soared into the air. Terrifying auras surged. There was the aura of pill armaments, as well as the aura of hidden treasures. The sect masters were completely infuriated. Chapter 331. The mortal slaughtering burial ground shook the entire southern region. Zichen, who had disappeared for a long time, had once more appeared. The rumors that he had left the southern region to join the Martial Heaven Alliance were shattered. Furthermore, as soon as he appeared, he caused a huge commotion. He had entered the depths of the burial ground, stolen a precious treasure, slaughtered 5 monsters, and then used that treasure to kill Yukong. As soon as the stellar sand appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, the dome of heaven collapsed, and the void was pierced through. There was nothing it couldn't pierce through, nothing it couldn't break. It's too terrifying. That's the stellar sand we're talking about, a legendary item. Once it appears, the dome of the heavens will collapse. Flying experts will disappear without a trace, and even spirit weapons will turn into dust. The Xingqian sand pierced through all experts. No one was able to survive. Back then, Zichen's successful escape had caused an uproar. Hundreds of people had attacked, but they hadn't been able to stop him. Furthermore, quite a few of them had died. The news spread like wildfire. Just like a few months ago, Zichen was the topic of discussion in the streets, alleys, restaurants, and inns. After that, they talked about the 2 treasures. It was unexpected that they had been able to discover two treasures in the mortal slaughtering burial ground. That day, I saw a martial ancestor-level expert vomiting blood and returning. The Tsang and Li families' experts were supporting each other as they circled around Yongqi City. They seemed to be heavily injured, and they didn't enter. The Gung family's people all left yesterday. They were very low-key and didn't attract any attention. The Zhu family's people also left. They seemed very dejected. In the tea houses and restaurants, people were constantly talking about the battle that day. The conflicts between the major powers had intensified, and they were no longer as harmonious as before. The Qin family's people also left. It's just that when they left, they all went to the Liu family. Furthermore, the Liu family held a banquet to send off all the major powers. I saw Yunxia City's Wang Qiong and Wang Xian leave early in the morning. The other members of the Wang family also left. Martial ancestors Miao Kong and Wu Mo have also left. It is very strange. Zi Qin and the martial ancestor have an irreconcilable grudge. This time, the martial ancestor actually took action for Zi Qin. What the hell do you know? The martial ancestor has two factions. Zi Qin only has a grudge with one faction. He is good friends with Miao Kong. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Everyone was guessing who would obtain the two treasures in the end. However, no one knew. These major powers were very strict this time. They didn't manage to find out anything. However, the major powers that had suffered great losses left behind ruthless words upon their return. Su Long, even if you're protecting Zi Qin, we still have to kill him. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. As long as Zi Qin dares to appear, he will die without a doubt. We must kill him. The major forces were completely enraged. Zi Qin had repeatedly killed their clan's monstrous geniuses, causing them to lose face. Only by killing Zi Qin would they be able to restore the reputation of the major forces. Each of the major powers said that they couldn't wait to kill Zi Qin. However, they didn't take any action. After all, Su Long's ferocity was still fresh in their minds. They didn't dare to go overboard. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was the most controversial sect in the southern region. The training of their disciples was mainly to kill the geniuses of the major powers. Almost every year, there would be assassinations of geniuses. Moreover, this was an assassin organization. It wasn't uncommon for major powers to hire them to kill monstrous geniuses. Back then, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had sent out Yukong to kill Wang Qiong and Wang Xian. It was a hired assassination. However, it didn't succeed. In the past thousands of years, the major powers had tried to encircle the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion several times. However, they returned empty-handed each time. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's methods were endless. They had many experts, and their headquarters were very secretive. No one knew where their headquarters were. There were rumors that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion wasn't a local power of the southern region. They were outsiders who had established their sect 1,000 years ago. They had always been in contact with the outside world. In the past thousands of years, quite a few genius disciples had been secretly sent out by them to be nurtured in the outside world. Just like the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion also had an organization behind them. It was called the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. This was an assassin organization that had existed for countless years. Of course, these were all rumors. No one had ever confirmed them. Even the major powers that had existed for tens of thousands of years didn't dare to be certain. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had many branches spread throughout the 7 cities. However, no one knew where their headquarters were. Just as the burial grounds trip had come to an end, and everyone was discussing the matter of Zi Qin and guessing who had obtained his foundation, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion began to move. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was located in the middle of a stretch of mountains. It was a very remote place. The headquarters was covered by a huge concealment array, concealing its aura. Outside the headquarters, there were many beasts wreaking havoc. There was no lack of small demons among them. No one had ever guessed that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's headquarters would be located within a group of fierce beasts. On this day, in the depths of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's headquarters, there was a formation that hadn't been activated for thousands of years. But today it suddenly lit up. This was a formation that had existed since the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had been established. Even after thousands of years, it had never lit up. No one knew what it was for, and it had never been used. However, for thousands of years, there had always been people guarding it. Furthermore, the pavilion's elders had repeatedly warned them that if there was any change in the formation, they had to immediately report it. Today, the formation that had been dead for thousands of years suddenly lit up. Brilliant light flickered as the formation runes lit up and shone brilliantly. The old assassin's expression changed. He hastily went to report it. After a while, figures arrived one after another. They were all old assassins who had been around for God knows how long. Their beards were white, and their teeth had all fallen out. However, the invisible aura that surged around them was very terrifying. Seeing the formation lit up, all the old men were excited. It lit up. The rumors are true. An old assassin looked at the glowing formation. He was so excited that his hands couldn't help but tremble. It's been thousands of years. The one-way teleportation formation really lit up. Seems like our Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion is really an external force. According to the ancient records, we belong to the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. And this is the formation that the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance uses to contact us. The few old men were very excited. After thousands of years, generations of old assassins had died. The truth could no longer be verified. There were only a few words left in the ancient records. Is it really the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance? They were all elders, and the rumors about the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance were all from the elders who had passed away. It was a super big alliance with many experts. Its foundation was far beyond the 7 big cities. Buzz. Within the formation, the light vibrated. The formation runes lit up, and rays of light appeared one after another. Finally, it formed a complete formation, and ripples spread out. All the elders were filled with anticipation. Boom! Following that, the formation shone brightly, and a surge of aura surged out from the formation like a tsunami. Cracks appeared on the surrounding stone walls, and an illusory and blurry figure appeared in the middle of the formation. Buzz! The elders sent out a ray of energy to stabilize the stone room, not allowing the energy to wreak havoc. Within the formation, the illusory figure solidified. It was a youth wearing black clothes. His eyes were cold, and a terrifying aura surged around him. Are you from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? The youth spoke as soon as he appeared. His voice was cold, and his expression was arrogant. You're from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? One of the elders stepped forward respectfully. A token appeared in the youth's hand. It was as black as ink, and its material was unknown. It emitted an austere aura. There was a skull with 2 swords crossed. He coldly asked, "Do you recognize this?" "This is the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's token. Greetings, my lord." The elders were shocked. The rumors were true. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance really did exist. Whoosh! Within the transportation formation, the light disappeared and the youth stepped out. He looked to be in his 30s, but the aura around him was at the ancestor level. It was very terrifying. Furthermore, his status was extraordinary. The elders all bowed their heads in front of him, trembling with fear. The youth first walked around the place, frowning from time to time. His expression was one of dissatisfaction as he muttered to himself, as expected of a barbarian land. There's nothing here. Resources are scarce, and there aren't even that many experts. The elders brought the youth to a meeting hall. The youth sat in the main seat and gathered all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. When the assassins heard that someone from the outside world had come, they were all very excited and curious. They would secretly size up the youth from time to time, which made the elders very unhappy. "My lord, Do you have any orders for us to suddenly come here? Asked one of the elders carefully. Yes, let me introduce myself. I'm Tan Fong from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. Your guesses were correct. This is a branch of the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. Tan Fong's words caused an uproar, but most of them were excited. I'm here to unify the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion and make it the #1 sect here. Of course, I can't do it alone. After some time, there will be more people from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. This was extremely exciting news, and everyone was very excited. Only some of the elders' expressions changed. But before that, I have to settle this matter first. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade slip appeared in Tan Fong's hand. As he injected some energy, the jade slip lit up, and a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was also a young man. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were like Xing Chen's. He stood in the air. Have you seen him before? Tan Fong asked, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings. The elders shook their heads. Just by looking at the figure, they knew that he was extraordinary. Unfortunately, no one had seen him before. More people shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen him before. No. Tan Fong frowned, looking a little unhappy. It's him. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the back. You've seen him before? Tan Fong's eyes shot out cold lightning as he stared at the assassin at the back. I saw him in Songli City. He's called Su Long, and he's a celestial from the Martial Heaven Alliance. This was an old assassin with the power of the spirit origin realm. He was the one who had gone to Songli City that day. Yes, it's him. Where is he? Tan Fong suddenly stood up, his aura surging. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became oppressive. He left. He brought a youth back to the Martial Heaven Alliance, said the old assassin. Impossible. There's no way he would return to the Martial Heaven Alliance, shouted Tan Fong. Yes, that youth didn't go. Recently he even showed himself, added the old assassin. Then let's find him. Then we'll find Su Long's whereabouts. Chapter 332. Because of Tan Fong's arrival, the low-key Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion suddenly became very high profile. That went against the beliefs of the assassins. On the same day, a piece of news spread to the various branches of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Find Zi Qin and kill Zi Qin. At the same time, portraits appeared one after another. All the assassins were out looking for Zi Qin. Seeing Zi Chen's portrait appear in various places, many people curled their lips. It had been several years since they had announced that they would capture Zi Qin. However, after so many years, there had not been a single case of them successfully capturing Zi Qin. This time around, no one cared. Instead, more people were betting on how long those portraits would be displayed and how long they would be able to hold on. However, these high-profile assassins clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. The 3 great sects of the 7 cities controlled this region. Other than the mysterious Light Moon Pavilion, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's elders all went to pay a visit. That caused a huge commotion. Some powers wished they could bring out their trump cards and directly exterminate these old fellows. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance is looking for Su Long kill him. They're not the slightest bit weaker than the Martial Heaven Alliance. Our target is Su Long. The old assassins were very high profile, and some of them had even killed the ancestors of the great powers. Just as their foundation was revealed, the old assassins said indifferently. However, there were also powers that were worried. One was the Martial Heaven Alliance, while the other was the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. Just from their names, one could tell that they were colossal existences. What qualifications did these small powers have to participate? If they weren't careful, their tens of thousands of years of accumulation would be destroyed in a single blow. The Martial Heaven Alliance has already expelled Su Long. He has long since ceased to be a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people are looking for him everywhere. The old assassin was very calm. He had long since learned this from Tan Fong. You have enmity with Ziqin, so you naturally want to kill him. If we want to kill Sulong, we can only use Ziqin to draw him out. Our goal is the same for now. Some of the major powers who had enmity with Ziqin invited the old assassin in with a very good attitude. A mere Ziqin had caused them to lose face. Before, they had been afraid of Sulong, so they had only dared to threaten him. If Sulong shows up, we'll naturally kill him. Don't worry, we'll definitely kill him. Also, the people from my alliance asked me to give you a suggestion. The martial ancestor is so big, so it's good to have one faction. If there are too many, it'll affect the development. The old assassin smiled mysteriously and left. At the first moment, the Tsang and Li families, Chu family, Gung family, and martial ancestors faction had already expressed their support for the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion to find Ziqin and kill Ziqin. At the same time, they sent out their disciples to search for Ziqin. At the same time, these veteran assassins also entered the sphere of influence that was on good terms with Ziqin, such as the Wang family and the Lu family. Their auras surged, and their foundations were dormant, ready to attack at any time. The old assassin walked in calmly. His teeth were gone, and his hair was white. However, his back was straight, and he was very confident. This time, the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance has sent many experts. I guarantee that we can kill Sulong in one strike. He was very confident and calm. Of course, only the foundations can kill him. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance values Sulong, so they've sent out many of their foundations. Therefore, I hope that you can cooperate. The Wang family was furious. This was obviously a threat. They were a major power, and they had never been threatened like this. The Lu family's foundations were also emitting a terrifying aura. On this day, the entire Yongqi city was enveloped by a wave of pressure. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance has officially taken over the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. This region will face a reshuffle. I hope that you can think clearly and don't fall into the abyss. Without saying much, the old assassin left calmly. The major powers were furious, but they were even more shocked. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance had arrived. On the same day, many of the higher-ups were discussing and arguing intensely. In the end, they even alerted the old antiques of their families who were in seclusion. "It's not suitable for battle," the old antique said, giving his final opinion. Not long after, the other major powers also announced that they would find Ziqin and kill him. Ziqin's portrait was circulated in the 7 major cities and 3 major sects for the first time. At the same time, Ziqin's name was also known by everyone in this region for the first time. Everywhere, in every corner, wherever there were people, there was a portrait of Ziqin. This time, all the major powers were mobilized, covering every corner of this region. Everyone was in an uproar. What was going on? Why did some of the powers that were on good terms with Ziqin give such an order? The attitude of the major powers was puzzling. Boom! A dazzling golden light fell, and a small mountain exploded. The surging energy rolled, and dust and gravel filled the sky. Swoosh! Another golden light flashed, carrying an extremely cold aura. Several trees that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them were cut neatly at the waist. This was a huge mountain range with mountains and forests. Ancient trees towered into the sky with luxuriant foliage. Ziqin had been here for half a month. In addition to cultivating all day long, he was constantly using the energy in his body, alternating between extreme yin and extreme yang. In Songli City, he killed 5 monsters in one day. He was almost exhausted from the battle, and his understanding of yin and yang deepened again. During this period of fighting, Ziqin found that his understanding of yin and yang had deepened. The number of times that yin and yang collided was also decreasing. Although he still couldn't achieve the true compatibility of yin and yang, it was much better than before. Boom! Ziqin used his most powerful battle skill, extreme yin and extreme yang. Every time he used it, He carefully sensed the two energies and found a common point to achieve the compatibility of yin and yang. Beside him, purple light shone resplendently. The purple golden gourd was placed there. This was an extremely special great treasure, sealed with stellar sand. That was something that could even crush the heavens, yet it couldn't do anything to the purple golden gourd. Moreover, he couldn't put it away. The spatial spirit ring seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the purple gold gourd. Zichen is cultivating again. A voice sounded. LV Peng walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Light flashed around his body, and several large flags danced, forming a formation. Recently, Old Amo had been teaching LV Peng formations, and he had made great progress. Zichen smiled. After returning from the ruins last time, everyone had become very hardworking. They were cultivating every second of the day. Among them, Nie Tian was the most hardworking. He didn't have any powerful battle skills or special inheritances. He had relied on himself. Last time he was injured, and it took him several days to recover. After that, he cultivated diligently, not wasting a single second. Every time they saw Nie Tian cultivating, LV Peng and Zhang Haotian would blush with shame. It's time to eat. Zhang Haotian's voice came from the distance, and the smell of barbecued meat came from the forest. I knew it. He's always so punctual. LV Peng put away the formation flags one by one and walked towards the forest. Zichen chuckled and followed after him. Where's Nie Tian? He's not coming again. Zhang Haotian looked around and didn't see Nie Tian. He's a cultivation maniac. LV Peng spread his hands and said, How can he not cultivate? I'm not Zichen, who's so abnormal that he can refine pills as if they're jelly beans. They melt in his mouth, and he can refine them instantly. At this moment, Nie Tian's voice sounded. He didn't hold back and grabbed the barbecued meat to eat. Zhang Haotian curled his lips and said, Zichen is indeed abnormal. His refining speed is so fast, but his consumption is so great. The energy he needs to break through is 10 times more than others. If he was poor, he wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of his life. LV Peng laughed. Haha, but his battle prowess is also 10 times more than others of the same level. It's not a waste. It's just that the consumption is great. But in exchange for unparalleled battle prowess, many people can only dream of it. They chatted and laughed and then ate. Not good, not good. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the forest. It's Miao Kong. Zichen frowned, put down the barbecued meat in his hand, and looked towards the forest. Only Miao Kong knew where they were hiding. As for that anxious cry of alarm, it was also Miao Kong who had let out that shout. A figure flashed in the forest, and after a few ups and downs, Miao Kong had already arrived. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Did something big happen? Zichen asked. It's a huge matter, an extremely huge matter. It's related to you. In the future, there will be no place for you in the southern region, said Miao Kong. He had clearly been running at top speed the entire time, gasping for breath. Right now, you're wanted by all the major powers. Miao Kong said shocking news. What do you mean? They all looked at Miao Kong, their expressions changing. For all the major powers to want to kill someone, that was no small matter. This entire region was ruled by the major powers. Once all the major powers wanted to kill someone, there would be no place to hide. Due to the pressure from the heavenly slaughter pavilion, all the major and minor powers in the southern region are hunting you down. Anyone who sees you will be killed without question, said Miao Kong. Of course, some powers are just looking for you. They won't necessarily kill you. The pressure from the heavenly slaughter pavilion. LV Peng was startled. That's impossible. Your martial ancestor is also a major power. Why would he be afraid of the heavenly slaughter pavilion? There's also the Wang family and the Lu family. How could they be afraid of the heavenly slaughter pavilion? How could they threaten all three of you? At this moment, it wasn't just LV Peng who was confused. Zi Chen was also very confused. We weren't afraid before, but now that the heavenly slaughter pavilion has a powerful backer, all the major powers have to be wary of them. Their target is Su Long, and killing you is just to draw him out, said Miao Kong. Su Long, Zi Chen's expression changed. Back then, Su Long had left in a hurry and hadn't brought Zi Chen with him. Furthermore, he had said that Zi Chen had to hide himself and not reveal his identity. He had also said that before he reached the spirit origin realm, he shouldn't leave this region. It's a foreign power called the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. They've moved into the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, and many experts have come. Their target is Su Long. Su Long is from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They dare to kill him? He was in the past, but not anymore. According to the news, Su Long has been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Miao Kong said he had spent a great deal of effort in order to obtain this information. You're saying that all the major powers are looking for me? Asked Zi Chen. That's right. Miao Kong nodded. I understand. This place isn't safe. You should leave. Zi Chen nodded calmly. You mean? Everyone was startled. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Chapter 333. Miao Kong's expression changed greatly as he signaled for everyone to escape. He would lure them away. No wonder it was so easy to get some information. It turned out that he had been tricked. You guys leave quickly, Miao Kong urged as he rushed forward. He did not explain, nor did he need to. You guys leave. Their target is me. Zi Chen said indifferently. He stepped forward and pulled Miao Kong. You guys leave first. I can break out. No, we won't leave. Everyone insisted. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. With a flash of light, Zi Chen grabbed the purple golden gourd. It shone with a brilliant purple light as runes circulated. This was his greatest reliance. There's not much Xingqian San left. You'll die. They still did not leave. Although there's not much Xingqian San left, it's enough to protect myself. You guys leave first. I'll change my appearance later. No one will recognize me. You guys have to be careful. Zi Chen reminded them. Both of them had inheritances, so some people naturally knew about them. If they were together with Zi Chen, they would naturally be targeted. Then you have to be careful. We'll leave some clues. They no longer hesitated. The sound of air braking was getting closer and closer. They did not have much time left. I'll find you guys. Take care. After saying that, Zi Chen took the purple golden gourd and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. In the sky, light flashed as one figure after another appeared. They were all flying, following Miao Kong. Of course, they were from the opposing side. Zi Chen is right here. Don't let him get away, someone shouted from the sky. In the forest, there were many figures. They were all true energy boundary cultivators, and there were many of them. Come if you have the ability. I'm here. Zi Chen shouted. His voice was like thunder, successfully attracting the attention of the experts. He's here. Chase. In the sky, they chased after Zi Chen. Killing intent filled the air, and ripples appeared in the space. In the forest, many true energy boundary cultivators were surging with killing intent. They were determined to kill Zi Chen. Strong winds howled and silhouettes flickered. Numerous experts surrounded them. Let's see if you're still alive. A cold light flashed in Yukong's eyes, but more than that, it was greed. They had tried to kill Zi Chen many times, so they knew that he had many treasures on him. Apart from the treasures that the martial ancestor wanted, he also had a purple gold gourd, which was also a rare item. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Zi Chen shouted and ran in the opposite direction. He was getting farther and farther away from LV Peng and the others, but was getting closer and closer to the martial ancestor experts. Murderous intents surged and shouts rang out. The desolate atmosphere filled the forest, scaring away the birds and beasts. If you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed, Zichen yelled in agitation as he was chased by the martial ancestor. Acting recklessly, Yukong sneered. After chasing for more than 10 miles, the two sides finally met. Kill! In the air, Yukong was the first to arrive. Murderous intents surged, and with a shout, a surge of energy appeared, stirring the surrounding space. With a powerful aura, it pressed down on Zichen. This was Yukong's attack, and it was very powerful. The energy surged like a monstrous wave. There were 4 Yukong's attack, and the entire sky was trembling. Wang. The purple gourd trembled, and purple light shone, swallowing and spitting out a psychedelic light. The Xingqian sand appeared, and with a terrifying aura, it pierced through the void and crushed the sky. Everywhere it passed, the space was destroyed, and many of Yukong's attacks were shattered. We already knew that you had the Xingqian sand, but we still dared to come and kill you. How could we not be prepared? Yukong sneered. Light flashed in his hand and an item appeared. It was a shield, emitting a pitch-black light. Its surface was engraved with complex patterns, and it contained an unparalleled energy. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura surged out. This was a forbidden item, and it was very rare. It belonged to the category of defensive forbidden items, and it was personally refined by a master-level powerhouse. Let's see if your Xingqian sand is more powerful or our defensive forbidden item. With a move of his spiritual thoughts, the shield grew in the wind and became more than 10 meters in size. Black light lingered, as if demonic qi was rolling, and it was like a wall blocking in front. At the same time, the other 3 Yukong's spiritual thoughts also surged out and landed on the forbidden item. With the combined power of the 4, the forbidden item's aura became stronger and fiercer. Its size increased again, and it was like a small mountain, blocking in front of them. It was very heavy. Boom! A large amount of Xingqian sand streaked across, and the light was dazzling. It crushed the sky, and with billions of equal power, it collided with the forbidden item, making a loud sound like thousands of thunder roaring. The Xingqian sand was very dazzling. It pierced through the sky, and nothing could stop it. In an instant, it sprinkled on the forbidden item, and the black light on the surface of the forbidden item shattered instantly. Small black holes appeared, and the Xingqian sand rushed through them. The powerful forbidden item couldn't even block it for a breath's time. The hill-like shield disappeared silently. At the same time, the dazzling light flashed and rushed towards the 4 Yukongs. Impossible! The 4 Yukong's expression changed. They quickly retreated and shot out waves of energy. This was a defensive forbidden item, specially refined by the powerhouses of their families. It consumed a lot of materials, and it could only be used twice. At this moment, it couldn't stop the Xingqian sand. An energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas appeared. Brilliance flickered in the sky, and the radiance was gorgeous. It wanted to obstruct the star sand for a moment so that they could retreat. However, the star sand was indestructible and indestructible. In an instant, it drowned out the energy and sprinkled on the bodies of the 4 people. Following that, miserable shrieks rang out as the star sand disappeared together with Yukong. This was a terrifying scene. The Yukong's forbidden item couldn't stop the Xingqian sand. They had already disappeared, but their screams echoed. Everyone paused. Swoosh! Golden light flashed around Zichen's body, and he looked like a majestic, golden-armored war god. He held the purple gourd in his left hand and a silver spear in his right hand. Endless killing intent surged around him as he rushed towards the forest. Puff! A silver light flashed, and like a silver dragon, it pierced through the heart of a true energy realm cultivator. With a flick of the spear, the latter's body flew backward. Light flashed around his body, and then he suddenly exploded, spraying blood everywhere. Chi, a beam of spear light shot out. It was extremely sharp and blood splashed out. A cultivator was split into two, dying miserably on the spot. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Zichen was invincible. He was expressionless, and his attacks were decisive and ruthless. Phew! The purple gourd in his hand shone brightly. As the lid of the gourd was opened again, Zichen suddenly blew, and a large amount of Xingqin sand filled the sky. The light was like the Xingqin sand, and small black holes appeared one after another. The sky was crushed. Buzz! The forbidden artifact flickered with radiance, and streaks of energy appeared. The terrifying battle technique covered the sky and covered the sun. The group flew into the air and tried all kinds of methods to resist, but it was useless. Even the people and the forbidden artifact were obliterated by the star sand. This was a massacre. From the true energy realm to the spirit origin realm, no one was left alive against Zichen. Blood splashed everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Puff! Lives were taken one after another. Zichen was bathed in blood like a murderous demon. His body was shining with endless golden light. The gourd in his left hand and the gun in his right hand left. Wherever he went, corpses were left behind. Boom! The star sand could destroy and destroy anything. The towering ancient trees disappeared in an instant without a sound. More than half of the mountain ridges were cut off in an instant. The numerous attacks in the air were obliterated by the star sand. This time, the martial ancestor came prepared. He brought a forbidden item and many strong cultivators. But he never expected that the powerful defensive forbidden item couldn't resist the Xingqin sand. Many strong cultivators were slaughtered. Obviously, the martial ancestor had miscalculated this time, but the price was death. This was a massacre. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Zichen was killing like a madman. His entire body was covered in blood. Every time he took a step on the ground, he would leave behind a bloody footprint. Kill! Didn't you want to kill me? Come on! Zichen roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking the forest. Hundreds of beasts crawled, and thousands of birds flew away. Since the Nimbus martial ancestor came out, he had been hunted down. At that time, he was only in the true energy realm, but there were people in the air chasing after him. He had brushed shoulders with death several times. He was really sullen to the extreme. Along the way, Zichen was accompanied by serious injuries. Escape, pursuit, escape, serious injuries, and pursuit. All this time, Zichen was running away. He didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against people in the air. Today, he could finally hold his head high. Swoosh! The silver spear had already turned blood red. It had drunk too much blood. Corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a small river. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was very violent and bloody. Demon, this is a murderous demon. He is a demon. The people of the martial ancestor were already frightened. They kept retreating. Zichen's methods were too cruel. There were less than 5 people who died with a whole body. Broken limbs were everywhere. In the sky, Yukong's face was also filled with fear. He had already thought of retreating. In the purple gold gourd, there seemed to be an endless supply of Xingqin sand. Once they were swept by it, they would be destroyed. Go to hell. Don't even think about leaving today. Zichen's eyes were glowing red. His expression was ferocious. Blood dripped down like bloodlines. The purple gold gourd in his hand was constantly activated. A large amount of Xingqin sand appeared. Another 2 people in the air died. This was a massacre. Zichen was incomparably powerful. Run! Someone shouted. Only then did the cultivators of the martial ancestor react. They turned around and ran, looking very embarrassed. Swoosh! In the sky, Yukong also retreated. They turned into a ray of light and fled. They were also scared of being killed. Boom! The vault of heaven collapsed, and a large amount of star sand appeared. Yet another person disappeared without a sound. At the same time, Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the forest. The silver spear in his hand flashed, taking away one life after another. Under the extreme speed of the world, who could escape? This was a shocking scene. A cultivator was chasing a group of cultivators, and there was no lack of true essence experts among them. Puff! Blood spilled. The massacre was ongoing. After an hour, the other forces finally received the news and chased after them. However, they did not see Zichen. Instead, they saw a miserable scene. The forest exploded. A large open area appeared. Corpses were lying on the ground. Blood had already gathered into a small river. Chapter 334. The place where the battle took place was a complete mess. Broken limbs, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the thick stench of blood was nauseating. The forest had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the mountain range had been flattened. It was a scene of apocalypse. Zichen had escaped long ago, and no one knew where he was. As for the martial ancestor experts, none of them were alive. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. They could feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. From the messy battlefield, they could see how fierce the battle was. Everyone was dumbfounded, and a chill ran down their spines. Was this really the work of one person? One person had killed everyone. The news spread quickly, and it caused an uproar. Zichen had killed all the martial ancestor experts by himself, and there were no less than 10 of them in the sky. Oh my God, how is this possible? He's only at the true energy realm. The whole world was shocked. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Who in the world could kill Yi Zichen at the true energy realm? Once the star sand is used, there's nothing it can't break. There's nothing it can't destroy. The martial arts sect wants to kill Zichen, but they've kicked an iron plate. After the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, Zichen was chased by the martial ancestor. This time, Zichen fought back and killed all of them. It was a great counterattack. The whole world was in an uproar. There were all kinds of voices, but most of them were gloating. Wu Zong, Yu Kong didn't even leave behind a corpse. Even those true energy realm cultivators didn't leave behind a complete corpse. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was simply a tragedy. Zichen has unparalleled battle strength. He could even kill 8th celestial layer monsters. Those true energy realm experts were just looking for death. This was a massacre, and it caused a huge uproar. All the forces were shocked. It was too terrifying. A true energy realm cultivator had such a method. The massacre this time was undoubtedly a warning to the various powers, but it had also completely infuriated the martial sect and infuriated the various large powers. Find him. We must find him and kill him. On that day, a roar sounded out from within the martial ancestor. Afterwards, even more experts appeared, their killing intent surging as they left the martial ancestor. Miao Kong's faction had also dispatched experts to search for Zichen. Due to the pressure from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, all the factions in this region were searching for Zichen. Among them, the few great powers that had enmity with Zichen had dispatched many experts. Many young disciples were clamoring, threatening to cut off Zichen's head. Zichen, do you dare to fight with me? Let's see how I'll chop off your head and kick it around like a ball. The true energy boundary cultivator from a major power clamored. Everyone curled their lips. A true energy boundary cultivator wanting to kill Zichen was undoubtedly a dream. Such trash dared to make such a ruckus. It was simply courting death. Zichen, I'm from the Chu clan. Do you dare to come out and fight? Our gun clan has already set up the Chun beheading stage. Do you dare to fight fairly? This was obviously a provocation, and it was very clumsy. There was no doubt that it was to lure out Zichen, and in the dark, who knew how many levitating warriors were hiding? Everyone knew that Zichen's battle prowess was unparalleled. Even freaks couldn't suppress him, let alone ordinary cultivators. Without breaking through to the spirit origin boundary, no freak would dare to challenge Zichen. A few days later, there was a rumor that Zichen Xingchen sand had been used up in the previous battle. He no longer had the strength to fight against Yuzongs. Now, any random Yuzong could kill him. Many experts from various powers gathered, determined to kill Zichen. Almost every day, there would be cultivators clamoring and insulting him with harsh words. Zichen himself had also changed his appearance several times. He was very careful. With the violet golden gourd, the chances of him being discovered were very high. After the previous battle, he didn't look for Lu Peng and the others. Instead, he came to Yongqi City alone. 100 miles away, he dug a hole and buried the violet golden gourd. Then, he entered Yongqi City alone. He wanted to buy a large number of Yuanli pills to make another breakthrough. He also made up his mind to find an old forest deep in the mountains and go into seclusion until he reached the spirit origin boundary. However, the number of Yuanli pills required was astronomical. Zichen had to buy them from the big cities. Fortunately, he had enough primeval stones recently. In Yongqi City, the streets and alleys were filled with his own portraits. Among them, the violet golden gourd was very obvious. Idiot, would I run around with a gourd? Zichen disdainfully curled his lips and walked into a medicine shop. Do you have Yuanli pills for sale? Zichen went straight to the point. Yes, we do. 15 primeval stones for one. How many do you want? The staff was very polite and had a professional smile on his face. How many do you have? I want all of them. Zichen was very indifferent. Ah. The staff was stunned. He was very surprised. I want all of the Yuanli pills. Zichen repeated and took out enough primeval stones. Please wait a moment. The staff quickly left. Such a large amount of money attracted everyone's attention, and they began to discuss spiritedly. Zichen was very calm, but he was also a bit nervous. After all, such a large amount of Yuanli pills would attract some people's attention. A moment later, the staff brought back all the Yuanli pills. There were 50 bottles, and each bottle contained 10 pills. That was close to 10,000 primeval stones. After paying the primeval stones, Zichen strode away. On the same day, all the medicine shops in Yongqi City were visited by Zichen and bought all the Yuanli pills. This was a large amount of money. He had bought almost an entire city's worth of Yuanli pills. The amount of primeval stones he had used was also an astronomical amount. Some people calculated that he had used at least several 100,000 primeval stones. Everyone was stunned. What a large amount of money. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he hadn't expected that he would still cause such a stir. Putting away the primeval stones, Zichen hurriedly left. Within the city, quite a few people noticed Zichen. Their eyes flashed, thinking that he was a fat sheep. Taking out several 100,000 primeval stones in one go was something that even the monstrous geniuses of large powers wouldn't be able to do. Many people followed Zichen as he left. Several miles away from Yongqi City, there was a towering battle stage called the Qin beheading stage. Every day, there would be disciples from large powers standing on it and shouting, Zichen, do you dare to come out and have a fair fight with me? I can let you kill me with one hand. A cultivator at the 5th heaven stage of true essence was shouting with all his might. What unparalleled battle strength! What strongest monstrous genius! I think he's just a cowardly rat. Another person spoke up. It was as if they were singing a play. Everyone below the stage laughed. That's right, this Zichen is trash. He doesn't live up to his reputation. As soon as we appeared, he was scared into hiding. Of course, he's trash to begin with. Almost all of the people present were disciples of large powers. There were also some who were here to join in the fun and curry favor with the large powers. The atmosphere was quite lively. Zichen strode over, ready to respond. Behind him, there were at least 100 cultivators gathered. They were all eyeing him with greed in their eyes. They had all witnessed Zi Chen's generosity. They followed him from afar, but didn't dare to make a move. This was because they were worried that Zi Chen was from a large power, especially when they saw him go straight to the Chen beheading stage as soon as he left the city. "Elder Hiroshi, what do you think?" Zi Chen asked. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "There's no one around. You can attack." Elder Hiroshi transmitted his voice through the Taiji diagram. "All right, then let's kill." Zi Chen's expression was even colder. A chill spread out, causing the temperature in the air to drop. Many people on the battle stage couldn't help but shiver. Following that, they saw a young man walking toward them. Behind the young man were a total of 100 people. What's going on? The arrival of so many cultivators made the true energy realm experts of the large powers frown. They couldn't figure out the other party's background. "What are you doing? Don't you know where this is?" Someone shouted. Behind Zichin, the group of greedy cultivators slowed down. Their expressions kept changing. However, Zichin didn't stop. He strode forward. "I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Get lost." The chill from the other party made the cultivators of the large powers very uncomfortable. Someone shouted, "What do you think?" Zichin grinned. His appearance changed instantly. With a flash of light in his hand, a silver spear appeared. "You." Seeing Zichen's real body, everyone was shocked. Then, they saw a ray of light rushing towards them. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered and severed limbs flew. In less than a breath's time, there were no cultivators of the large powers left alive on the battle stage. There was only a cold young man standing proudly with a silver spear in his hand. Such a scene made everyone dumbfounded. But after that, the crowd burst into an uproar, bursting into cries of surprise. "It's Zichin! It's him! It's Zichin! He showed up! Oh my God, he really showed up here! How dare he!" Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Zichin would really show up. In the distance, the army of greedy cultivators was also dumbfounded when they saw the young man suddenly take out a long spear and kill several cultivators of the large powers. But when they saw Zichen's real appearance, they were all terrified. "Oh my God, it's Zichin. It's that strongest monster with unparalleled combat prowess. I actually want to scheme against him and steal his wealth. No wonder a young man can be so generous. It's Zichin." Everyone was frightened. They stood in the distance and didn't move because at this moment, Zichin rushed into the crowd with a long spear. Then they witnessed a massacre. The whole fighting ring was dyed red with blood. The long spear was invincible. It never needed a second move to kill. It was like a silver dragon, killing one life after another. "Help! Master! Uncle Master, come quickly! Father, where are you?" Cries for help and screams were heard constantly. Everyone was frightened. Zichen's combat strength was too terrifying. He never needed a second move to kill. Boom! Surging energy rolled and golden light danced in the sky. At this moment, Zichin didn't show any mercy. Whether it was the people of the large powers or those who came to join in the fun, they were all in the range of the massacre. Not a single one of them survived. Everyone was frightened and fled in all directions. But under the extreme speed of the world, no one could escape. Zichen's current speed was even faster than some people in the air. In a short time, the previously noisy fighting ring became a bloody hell. There was no life left on the blood-stained fighting ring. Zichin stood on the fighting ring like a god of death. Dead, they're all dead. This is too terrifying, too cruel. He actually killed everyone. In the distance, the army of greedy cultivators were frightened and shocked. But in the next moment, when Zichen's cold eyes swept over, their hearts trembled. "Run!" Someone shouted, and in the next moment, everyone turned around and fled like stray dogs. Chapter 335. After witnessing the massacre with their own eyes, everyone was scared out of their wits. Their backs were cold and their legs were trembling. When Zichen's cold gaze swept over them, they turned around and ran without saying a word. They were frightened and ran away like a wisp of smoke, almost disappearing without a trace. Swish, swish. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon. Several figures appeared in the air and flew toward the fighting ring. All of them were flying in the air, a total of 5 of them. When they finally realized that something was wrong, they quickly flew over and rushed over the heads of the panicked crowd. It's the imperial flight of the great powers. They're finally here. They only came when everyone was dead. Are they here to die? Zichen's strength caused everyone to feel fear, and they subconsciously believed that these flight warriors were not a match for Zichen. In the fighting ring, Zichen raised his spear. When he saw Yu Fei appear, he turned around and left. This could be considered as a warning. Daring to clamor without strength was simply courting death. This could also be considered as the last time he would make a move. Although he could not intimidate Yukong, he could still scare those true energy boundary martial artists. From then on, he would hide in the mountains. Stop right there. Stop right there, you little thief. You have the guts to kill, but don't have the guts to stay? Seeing the fleeing Zichen from afar, he let out an explosive roar. Boundless killing intent swept out, covering the sky and earth. Buzz. Spirit weapons appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. They shone brilliantly and displayed their supreme might. Like a beam of light, they shot towards Zichen. With boundless killing intent, the 5 spirit weapons were like 5 rays of light behind Zichen. Idiot. Zichen turned his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His speed increased, leaving behind afterimages like a phantom. Behind him, the spirit weapons approached at an extremely fast speed. Cold light flickered as they destroyed one afterimage after another. However, they were unable to hit Zichen's true body. Zichen's speed was very fast, and the distance between them was very far. Even if he controlled the spirit weapon with his spiritual senses, he would not be able to catch up. Zichen ran away. Let's go and take a look. The rumor is true. Zichen has run out of Xingqin's sand. He can kill him with a casual flight. Seeing Zichen turn around and run, the group of frightened cultivators turned around again. Their curiosity was far greater than their fear. They turned around and followed him. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. A stream of light pierced through the ancient tree, and in the next moment the ancient tree exploded, turning into sawdust that danced in the air. Pum! The mountain rocks were huge and tall, but after the spirit weapon passed by, cracks also appeared. In the end, they exploded and stone fragments rolled down. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as a huge hammer fell down, smashing down on Zichen's head. In the next moment, Zichen's figure flickered, dodging the attack. Following that, a tall mountain was smashed into pieces by the huge hammer, causing rocks to roll down. This was a terrifying scene. The 5 of them were chasing after Zichen in the sky. Spirit weapons appeared continuously with boundless killing intent as they transformed into beams of light. Everywhere they passed, mountain rocks would explode and ancient trees would turn into fine powder. Everything was being destroyed. Uft! A powerful energy fluctuation shook out. Zichen's body was shining with golden light, neutralizing the impact of the energy. However, his abdomen was still injured and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Go to hell! Yukong shouted, controlling the spirit weapon faster and faster. The supreme power was completely displayed, destroying everything. Clang! Danger struck. Zichen held the ancient weapon in his hand and resisted with all his might. Sparks flew everywhere as energy surged. He was directly sent flying. His figure flickered in the air, coughing out 2 large mouthfuls of blood before escaping again. Brat, you can't run away. This time you will definitely die. Let's see who can save you. The 5 of them chased after Yi Fuqian with murderous intent. Zichen is injured. He really didn't have any Xingqian sand and was blocked by Yukong. Could it be that the strongest monster today is going to fall? The people behind saw this scene from afar and sped up again, wanting to see the final battle. Cough, cough. Zichen coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were severe. Yukong's strength was too strong for him to resist. It was a miracle that he could survive. From afar, Zichen saw an ancient tree. It was very tall and covered the sky. Zichen's eyes instantly lit up. After a series of pursuit, he finally escaped 100 miles away. His figure flickered, and in a few leaps he reached the side of the ancient tree. Then, with his back facing the ancient tree, he glanced at the group of Yukong. His figure was imposing, and his eyes flickered with cold light. His image was infinitely tall, but he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His spirit was dispirited, and his imposing image instantly collapsed. Brat, run. Why aren't you running? Aren't you very fast? Keep running. We have plenty of time. The spirit weapon emitted cold light and stopped a dozen meters away from Zichen. The 5 of them stepped forward and stood in the air, looking down at Zichen with ridicule. Their gazes were as if they were looking at an ant, or as if they were looking at a toy. They were very disdainful. The rumors said that Zichen was very strong, but without any treasures, one of them could kill him. Now that there were 5 of them, they were naturally not afraid. Keep running. Let us see exactly how fast you, the strongest demonic genius, are. That's right. Let us see if the rumors are true. What other methods do the strongest monster have? Yukong was laughing with a mocking expression. He was very relaxed, as if he was looking at a turtle in a jar waiting to be slaughtered. Zichen stood under the ancient tree. He was dispirited and heavily injured, but his expression was very calm. He said indifferently, I'm not running anymore. You can continue running. We haven't played enough. Yukong laughed. Zichen was already injured, and beside him, there were 5 spirit weapons eyeing him. As long as he made any strange movements, Yukong would attack and kill him instantly. I've played enough. I don't want to play anymore. Zichen was still calm, as if he was chatting with a friend. But we haven't played enough. Now I'll give you 2 paths. First, continue running. Wait until we've played enough, then you can die. Second, hand over all your treasures, then run and die. Haha. Zichen sneered and looked at Yukong. Both paths lead to death. Is there any difference between these 2 paths? Of course there isn't. After saying that, the 5 Yukong laughed. Haha. Zichen also laughed and said loudly, since there isn't any difference, then I'll choose the 3rd path. The 3rd path. They were startled. That's right. The 3rd path is also a path of death, but it's your death. Zichen's eyes had a trace of crazy killing intent. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble and explode. In the next moment, a purple gold gourd flew out from the ground. It was flickering with brilliant light. This is... The moment he saw the purple gold gourd, Yukong's face changed and his eyes were filled with shock. This was a treasure that could kill Yukong. With it, Zichen could slaughter everything. Kill. Yukong's expression changed, and there was fear in his eyes. His reaction was very fast, and in that instant Yukong moved. Following the sweep of his powerful spiritual sense, the 5 spirit armaments turned into 5 rays of light and rushed toward Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. Light flashed around Zichen's body, and a taiji diagram suddenly appeared above his head. It was only the size of a palm, but it was circulating with the brilliance of 2 extreme energies. In the next moment, the taiji diagram lit up and a curtain of light fell. forming a taiji light barrier that revolved around Zichen. Clang! Clang! Killing intent surged and cold light flickered. The spirit weapons were very fast and crossed the distance of a dozen meters in a flash. They pierced towards Zichen and slashed on the taiji light barrier, causing a sonorous sound to erupt. The light barrier was hit by the spirit weapons, and a terrifying energy surged. The light barrier instantly dimmed, and the defense formed by the extreme energies became weak. Pow! When the last spirit weapon landed, it was a huge hammer with a terrifying aura. With a sudden smash, cracks appeared on the light barrier and it shattered. The light barrier shattered, but it also blocked a round of attacks from the 5 spirit weapons. If there was another round, even if there was another spirit weapon, it would be enough to kill Zichen. But obviously they didn't have time. Buzz! The purple gourd flew up and flashed. The glaring purple light made people unable to open their eyes. At this moment, the lid of the gourd opened and spat out a psychedelic light. The Xingqian sand appeared and shone brightly. It crushed the sky and rushed towards Yukong. Once the Xingqian sand appeared, everything became simple. Yukong, who was arrogant before, let out a miserable cry and retreated quickly. A powerful energy circulated and a terrifying aura surged. But it couldn't stop the Xingqian sand. Nothing could not be broken and nothing could not be destroyed. Then Yukong's figure disappeared along with the disappearance of the Xingqian sand. 5 Yukong died. Cough! Zichen coughed out blood again. His face was pale. This time his injuries were serious. He took the purple gourd and put away the taiji diagram. He flew towards the depths of the forest and disappeared quickly. Elder Hiroshi, are you all right? I'm fine. Elder Hiroshi's voice was very weak. Everyone heard Yukong's miserable cry from afar and rushed over. But it was still too late. There was nothing here. Yukong disappeared, and so did Zichen. The towering ancient tree was half destroyed by the Xingqian sand. Only a huge tree trunk was left. It was bare, and not even leaves were left. Dead. Did Yukong die too? The rumors are wrong. Zichen still has the Xingqian sand. Looking at the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too powerful. The shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. Obviously, this was going to cause another commotion. There are bloodstains here. Zichen should be injured and escaped from here. Someone exclaimed after discovering Zichen's escape route. But no one gave chase. Everyone felt their legs go soft and their backs were cold. Even Yukong had died. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths if they went? Even if they did not use the Xingqian sand, Zichen could still slaughter them. On that day, the news spread that Zichen had slaughtered all the cultivators near the Qin beheading stage. He then went on to destroy the 5 Yukong experts. Moreover, rumors could not be trusted. Zichen still had the Xingqian sand. At this moment, the world was shaken. Obviously, Zichen had caused another sensation. That day, many Yukong experts chased after him. However, after searching the entire forest, they could not find any trace of Zichen. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air without a trace. No matter how many forces searched, they could not find a single clue. That day, Zichen bought a lot of elemental energy pills. Could he be hiding in the mountains to cultivate? It's very possible. He swept through all the elemental energy pills in Yongqi City. It's enough for him to break through to the spirit origin realm. Chapter 336. Zichen had gone into hiding, and there was no news about him. The battle that day was also his last battle, and it ended with a great victory, causing another uproar. Zichen must have found a secret valley to cultivate in seclusion. That's right. Although he has unparalleled combat strength, how can he fight against all the forces? He can only cultivate in seclusion. All sorts of guesses were made in the region, and there were also various versions. But regardless of whether it was true or false, Zichen had really disappeared. Zichin, do you dare to come out and fight? Let's have a fair fight. Whoever wins will leave. Outside every big city, there was a decapitation stage. But on the decapitation stage, the words of the various forces were weak. This was obviously a scheme, and no one would believe in a fair fight. Who in the true energy realm could go against Zichin? All the clamoring was a conspiracy. Maybe Wang Qiong could. He was known as the #1 genius of Yunxia City, and he was very mysterious. He rarely fought, but because of Zichin and Wang Xian, he would not fight. Wu Mo was very lazy, but he had a high reputation in the martial ancestor. Maybe he had some tricks up his sleeve, but he was friends with Zichin. Evil Good Monk had the 6 runes mantra and could kill people in the air, but he had also disappeared, and the assassins of the Assassin Pavilion were looking for him everywhere. Other than the 3 of them, the clamoring of the other cultivators was weak, and they did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Zichin did not respond. The loophole could only be exploited once, and it would not work the next time. Who knew how many experts were lying in ambush around the decapitation stage? All the forces were on the move, searching for all the mountains and places with human footprints. But half a month had passed, and there was no news about Zichin. Zichin bought thousands of bottles of elemental force pills that day. Even 2 people would be able to break through to the spirit origin realm. He must be in seclusion and won't appear unless he can fly. Everyone was discussing, but the major forces were anxious. Zichin was only at the level 5, and he could kill all the cultivators in the true energy realm. He could even kill demons. Once he broke through to the spirit origin realm and became a master, who in the world could do anything to him? Masters? It was very difficult for such a powerhouse to appear in the world. All of them were in seclusion, striving to make another breakthrough in their strength. How could they have the time to care about these things? Time passed, and another half a month went by. Zichin seemed to have evaporated from the world, disappearing without a trace. They searched the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, searched the mountains and rivers, but found nothing. Some people guessed that Zichin had left the southern region and gone to the outside world. A mere true energy boundary cultivator, if he dares to go to the outside world, he will die within 3 days. That is a dead end. When Tan Fong heard the news, he clearly did not believe it. He came from the outside, so he naturally knew how tragic the fighting outside was. He ordered the assassins from the Assassin Pavilion to continue the search. At the same time, he also warned the other forces to put in more effort and not be half-hearted. He might not have gone outside of the southern region. Maybe he joined the Floating Mist sect. That's also very possible. Another person guessed. Zichin had a very good relationship with the Floating Mist sect. Back then, Vagabond Misty had said that the doors of the Floating Mist sect had always been open to Zichin. Moreover, Su Mengyao had joined the Floating Mist sect. Zichin had not found any clues for a long time, so the possibility of him going to the Floating Mist sect was very high. Floating Mist sect. When Tan Fong heard the news, he frowned. To the other forces, the Floating Mist sect was very mysterious. However, to Tan Fong, the Floating Mist sect was a big sect. Although it could not be compared to the Wuji sect of the past, it was clearly not ordinary to be able to survive the chaos 10,000 years ago. Su Long might be there too. Another person guessed, and he even mentioned the relationship between Su Long and Su Mengyao. Floating Mist sect. In a few days we will go and meet them. We must find Su Long. Tan Fong frowned and finally said. A few days later, the formation of the Assassin Pavilion lit up again. Powerful auras appeared, and a few more experts came. Moreover, they brought the things that Tan Fong wanted. Tan Fong's heart was set, and he brought people to the Floating Mist sect. This time, other than the experts from the Assassin Alliance, he also brought 2 elders from the Assassin Pavilion to the Floating Mist sect. There were a few ancestral masters. This was an indescribable battle strength. Moreover, they had a strong foundation. Once Su Long appeared, they would definitely be able to kill him. Tan Fong left. His original target was Su Long. He was not interested in Zi Qin at all. As for the rumor of sky martial artist and unparalleled battle strength, he was not interested. At that time, he only curled his lips and said, "Sky martial artist? Do you think sky martial artists are cabbages?" Zi Chen's disappearance caused a huge commotion. Those who had a grudge against Zi Qin could not sit still. Once Zi Qin broke through to the spirit origin realm, it would be too dangerous for him to appear, other than ancestral masters who could suppress him. Therefore, they thought of all kinds of ways to find Zi Qin. Zi Qin is very loyal. We can start with his friends. A big force suggested. This was a very good suggestion. Although it was a little shameless, they obviously cared about the results. Therefore, several big forces set out to find Zi Chen's friends. However, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Only Miao Kong remained. However, he was one of the martial ancestors' people. Who could capture him to threaten Zi Qin? L.V. Peng and Zhang Haoyin did not return to the sect. Nie Tian was also nowhere to be seen. As for Su Mengyao, she was in the distant floating mist sect. No one dared to cause trouble there. Moreover, some forces heard that the Assassin Alliance had gone to the floating mist sect. They were all quietly investigating the next step. In addition, there was another person who attracted the attention of many forces. Lin Shui, Zi Chen's other confidant. She was originally from the Tsangli city's Lin family. However, during the trip to the ruins, the Lin family disappeared overnight. Previously, no one paid attention to it. Now that they thought about it carefully, some people found clues. Almost all of Zi Chen's friends had obtained inheritances. There was no reason why his confidant could not. Moreover, the disappearance of the Lin family was very strange. They must have obtained the inheritances and hidden themselves. Some forces used this as a breakthrough to find the Lin family. It was difficult to find one person, but there were so many people in a family. It was impossible for them to disappear into thin air. If they searched carefully, they would definitely find some clues. The floating mist sect was located in the northernmost part of the southern continent. It was surrounded by clouds and steep mountains that stretched into the clouds. The mysterious floating mist sect was built on top of a mountain, hidden by clouds. Moreover, there were layers of formations all around. It was easy to get lost. Tan Fong arrived with a few sect masters. He stood in the air and looked at the huge sect from afar. He shouted, "The Assassin Alliance has come to visit." His voice rolled out like a thunderclap, shaking the clouds in all directions and spreading forward. The entire floating mist sect was covered by clouds and mist. This was a sect protecting formation. Its power was unimaginable. With a strong foundation, no one dared to barge in. As soon as Tan Fong finished speaking, his voice rumbled violently. However, there was no sound in the floating mist sect. It was completely silent. "The Assassin Alliance has come to visit," said Tan Fong. His voice was very cold, and his sound waves spread through the clouds. After a long time, a voice rang out from within the floating mist sect. "Our floating mist sect has no relationship with your Assassin Alliance. Why have you come so aggressively? Are you looking for trouble? Or are you here to pay us a visit?" A deep voice rang out, sounding very dignified. "We have no relationship, but your floating mist sect is hiding the person our Assassin Alliance is looking for. We've come because of that. I hope you can hand him over," said Tan Fong slowly. As in sect master, he naturally had to be a shrewd person. He didn't show his emotions on his face. "You've come to the wrong place. This is the floating mist sect. Other than our sect's disciples, there are no outsiders here. Su Long has already been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Furthermore, he is being hunted down by the Martial Heaven Alliance. He is a stray dog that has no place in the Martial Heaven continent." "I hope you won't make a mistake," said Tan Fong. "You can go back." I've already said that there are no outsiders from the floating mist sect here. Behind Tan Fong, one of the sect masters shouted, "If you say there aren't any, then there aren't any. How can we believe you?" A loud shout stirred up the rolling clouds. The clouds that filled the sky were blown away. Everyone saw an old man standing quietly above the mountain gate. He was wearing Taoist robes, and he had white hair and a youthful face. He had the air of a transcendent being. He stood at the top of the mountain, holding a Buddhist whisk in his hand. The unfettered mist. Some sect masters let out startled cries. In the southern region, there was practically no sect master who didn't recognize the unfettered mist. The commotion he had caused back then had been too great. Furthermore, he had appeared again a few years ago, beating Wu Ruishan into a pig's head. After that, Su Long had killed Wu Ruishan in Songlei City. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. This is the Floating Mist Sect, and there are only Floating Mist Sect disciples here. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind as the whisk in his hand shook, giving him an otherworldly aura. He was very domineering. He wasn't the slightest bit humble, just because his opponents had a great background. Shielding Su Long, your Floating Mist Sect is opposing all the powers of the martial heaven continent. Tan Fong's voice was much colder, and his expression darkened. I've already said that Su Long isn't here. You've come to the wrong place. Nonsense. Su Long isn't here, but Su Mengyao is. Hand her over. And I don't believe Su Long won't appear. Haha. Su Mengyao is a disciple of my Floating Mist Sect. How can I just casually hand her over to you? You. The sect master's gazes became unfriendly. This is the Floating Mist Sect, not the Heavenly Assassination Alliance or the Martial Heaven Alliance. You've clearly come to the wrong place, emphasized the unfettered mist. Have you considered the consequences? Tan Fong asked. His entire body was filled with a powerful aura. It was an extremely powerful energy that was ready but not released. Consequences, laughed the unfettered mist. His aura also surged. My Floating Mist Sect never takes the initiative to provoke others. But if anyone thinks we're easy to bully, then they're gravely mistaken. Buzz. The sky trembled, and the killing intent was boundless. Tan Fong's entire person turned into a beam of light, like a sharp blade. Sharp sword chi soared into the sky. Chapter 337. The bone-piercing killing intent activated the sect protecting Grand Formation. Clanging sounds rang out continuously, as if thousands of swords were ringing together. The clouds once again curled up, but this time the clouds were filled with danger. It was as if thousands of sharp weapons were hibernating within. Do you know what you're saying? Tan Fong asked coldly. Beside him, several grandmasters also released their own auras, which surged and swept in all directions. As expected of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. How generous! But if you think this is enough to attack my Floating Mist Sect, then you're gravely mistaken. The drifting mist's expression did not change, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Buzz. Killing intent surged, rippling endlessly. This time, the Heavenly Sword's power was even stronger. When it touched the formation, the clanging sounds became even more hurried. The clouds churned rapidly, and the formation was completely activated. An unparalleled pressure appeared, as if an ancient beast had awoken. Its aura was violent. Do you want to fight? Then we'll accompany you. The drifting mist's eyes suddenly became very cold, and a powerful aura surged around him. Then let me see how strong the Floating Mist Sect protecting Grand Formation is. Tan Fong shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword, cutting through the sky and tearing apart the void. He slashed forward. Whoosh! The void was easily cut open like water. Black cracks spread out, and a terrifying killing intent surged. Clang! Clang! The The sect protecting Grand Formation was completely activated. The clouds and mist curled up, becoming thicker and thicker. It was as if they had come to a fairyland, but there was an extremely dangerous aura in the white mist. It was as if there were 108,000 swords hidden within, making clanging sounds. The drifting mist stood above the sect. His hands moved, and a terrifying energy flowed, driving the formation. The clanging sounds became even thicker, like the sound of swords clashing. The sound spread for dozens of miles. Boom! The sword that could cut through the sky finally fell, slashing into the clouds and mist. A terrifying aura rippled, and the clouds dispersed, revealing numerous extremely sharp light swords that rushed forward. This was an intense collision. The power of the heavenly sword was very strong, slashing through the heavens. However, the power of the light swords wasn't weak either. They had the advantage in numbers. They continuously attacked the heavenly sword and then exploded, dissolving the energy of the light swords. Tens of thousands of light swords shattered in an instant, but even more light swords condensed and rushed forward. What a terrifying defensive formation! The ancestral masters were shocked. The defensive power of such a large array was truly shocking. Even their foundation could not be broken. Open up! Tan Fong shouted loudly and became one with his sword. The aura around him became even more terrifying. He was like a dazzling sun as he slashed down with extreme speed. Clang! The formation was operating and boundless power surged. Swords of light appeared one after another. There were more than 108,000 swords, and their power was even stronger than before. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The 108,000 swords were shattered, and Tan Fong was also pushed back by the impact of the energy. In front of the Piao Miao sect, the clouds continued to swirl, but the clanging sounds continued to ring out. Murderous intent surged. It actually broke through the foundation. The ancestral masters were a little stunned. What kind of formation was this? It actually had such power. I don't believe it. Tan Fong's expression was very ugly. This time, a light flashed in his hand, and his foundation appeared. It was a sword that shone brightly. The moment it appeared, it shattered the void. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire area. Even the few grandmasters could not withstand it. Wang. The long sword shook lightly and the void collapsed. Tan Fong held the long sword and slashed down. This was a full display of his foundation. It was very terrifying. It was not like before, where it was just a dormant attack. The void was cut open, and the formation shook violently. Even the foundation was shaken, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Cloud Sword! The Piao Miao sect cultivator shouted. His expression was a lot more serious. His hands moved faster, leaving behind afterimages. The clouds in the sky rolled, and then gathered together to form a cloud sword. During this time, clanging sounds could be heard, as if tens of thousands of sharp blades were fusing together. The cloud sword appeared, shining with white light. It slashed at the foundation, and a loud sound exploded. A terrifying aura rippled out, and the void began to shatter. The whole world was shaking, and even the Piao Miao sect's gate was shaking. However, the formation still blocked the attack. The terrifying energy made people feel ashamed. Let's attack together. The foundation returned to Tan Fong's hand. His eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "Let's attack together!" The terrifying aura rippled in the next moment. The ancestral masters' eyes were cold, and they were ready to force their way into the formation. Enough, little guys. This is the Piao Miao sect. Just then, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. It directly shook their souls. "You're late. Su Long left long ago." The old voice sounded, but it contained an inexplicable power that shook their souls. Even the ancestral masters' faces changed. This is... Tan Fong's face was also filled with shock. They looked in the direction of the Piao Miao sect, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never thought that the Piao Miao sect would have such an expert. Their expressions were ugly, and they were in a dilemma. They retracted their auras. "We won't send you off." Just then, the Piao Miao sect cultivator said coldly. Clouds swirled around, and the sound disappeared. The formation was hidden, and the clouds covered the Piao Miao sect once again. What should we do? The ancestral masters' faces changed. They looked at Tan Fong with the intention to retreat. "Let's go. Such an expert wouldn't lie. Let's go back." Tan Fong said dejectedly. He didn't think that the foundation they brought out couldn't do anything to the Piao Miao sect. They couldn't even break the sect's protective formation. Moreover, there was such an expert guarding it, as expected of a force with a long history. The other forces in this area can't compare at all. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's assassins were speechless. Just the sect's protective formation was much more advanced than the other forces. Let them find that little guy quickly. I don't believe that Su Long can endure and won't appear. Tan Fong snorted. Yes. After returning to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, they mobilized even more experts to find Ziqin. Mountains, steep ridges, dense forests, and mountain ranges all became the direction they were looking for. At the same time, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's assassins also joined the search for LV Peng and the others. Obviously, they wanted to find them and use them to threaten Ziqin, then Sulong Yongqi City. That day, Ziqin had fought his last battle here. He had slaughtered 5 Imperial Sky Realm cultivators and killed many true Energy Realm cultivators. That battle had caused a huge commotion. After that, Ziqin left. No one would have thought that Ziqin, who had left, would return after recovering from his injuries. When everyone went to the mountains and forests to find Ziqin, he had already been in seclusion in Yongqi City for more than a month. During this period, he cultivated desperately and consumed countless elemental force pills. He was more hardworking than ever before. It was as if he cultivated day and night without rest. The porcelain bottle that contained the elemental force pills had already been thrown to the ground. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed, but the major forces still had no clue. Moreover, the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's people had returned empty-handed from the floating Mist sect. Could it be that they all disappeared? The major forces were unwilling to give up and sent more people. Moreover, the Wang family and Lu family, who were on good terms with Ziqin, also received a serious warning to be more serious. After that, the other powers also increased the number of people they had sent to assist them. At the same time, various bounties were spread out in the streets and alleys. After another half a month, there was finally a clue. Someone came to claim the high reward for the Lin family's whereabouts. It was a middle-aged man with small eyes and a cold light between his eyebrows. He looked at the Xiantian realm cultivator and asked coldly, "You know the Lin family's whereabouts?" "Yes, sir." The cultivator's heart trembled. He avoided the other party's gaze and said, "I know Lu Mu. That day when we were drinking together, he drank too much and kept complaining. He said that the Lin clan was high and mighty, yet he had to come to this god-forsaken place. There was no fun at all." "Oh, what else?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. "I noticed that at the time. After that, we drank a few more times. The other party continued to talk about some things. He said that they used to be a large clan called the Lin clan. However, they had encountered a great calamity and had come to seek refuge. One day, they would achieve meteoric success and make all the experts tremble. But at that time, he also told me softly that he treated me as a brother and told me a secret. In fact, they did not come to seek refuge, but to obtain an inheritance. At that time, he was drunk, but he was very careful." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and a cold smile appeared on his face. He directly threw a few bags of vitality stones to the cultivator and said, "Not bad, lead the way." Okay. The cultivator took the vitality stones in fear and trepidation. After feeling the weight, he kept nodding. He was full of joy. In the territory of Danyang City, there was a small town called Flying Water Town. It was a relatively remote town, and the powerhouse in the town was only at the fifth sky of true essence. But today the town was filled with experts. Among them there were a few who could fly, and there were also true essence celestial layer cultivators. There were no less than a dozen of them. Their powerful auras spread out, and the whole town fell into a state of panic. "Sir, that day we drank here. He said that he was bored and came out to get some fresh air. He is in a small village dozens of miles away. It had been many years since the Lin family left Songli City and came to Lu Village. It was a small village, but there were no outsiders living here. Of course, the Lu family here was the Lin family of that day. This place was close to the forest and was deserted. It was said to be a remote village, and very few people knew about it. In the beginning, the Lin family was very curious about living here. In their spare time, they would go into the forest to hunt, and in their daily life they would cultivate. But as time went by, this curiosity was slowly replaced by boredom. Without the luxurious life of a big city and without servants to serve them, many people were not used to it and were dissatisfied. Gradually there were complaints. Some of the Lin family did not listen to the advice of the head of the family and went to the small town to have fun. There were even some people who did not have any scruples and talked nonsense, ignoring the head of the family. Today there was finally trouble. Many powerhouses broke into the small village, one after another. The peaceful life of several years was broken today. Kill, except for Lin Shui, kill without mercy. Chapter 338. The remote Lu family village was very peaceful. The sun was setting in the west, and the golden afterglow sprinkled down, covering the small village with a layer of light golden gauze. At the entrance of the village, a few children were playing, and the sound of tender laughter rang out continuously. An old man was sitting under a withered tree, playing chess. Occasionally he would look at the laughing children, and his face was brimming with happiness. It was a happy scene, but unfortunately it was broken in the next moment. Kill, except for Lin Shui, leave no one alive. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, breaking the peace of the village. A strong aura filled the air, and a group of figures flew towards the village. They were surrounded by killing intent, and their eyes were cold and emotionless. Puff! A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade appeared, slashing towards the children at the entrance of the village. The cold light flashed, and a child's head flew up. On his face there was still a frozen, innocent smile. Blood spilled on the faces of the other children. They were all stunned and stood there with fear in their eyes. "You guys!" The old man who was playing chess got up, and he was furious. He stood up instantly, and Yuan Qi surged around his body. But when he saw the figures above him, his face changed, and he exclaimed, "Sky travel!" "Humph, you Lin family are good at hiding. You made us look for you. Kill." 4 people appeared in the sky, and their aura surged, sealing the village. The dozen people who arrived were all true energy realm warriors, and their strength was at the sky layer. They were crazily surging with killing intent. Against the Lin family, it was a massacre. Puff! A cold light flashed, and a head flew up high. The headless body spurted blood, and an old man fell down, spurting out blood. One of the 2 old men had died in an instant. The remote village was in big trouble today. When the shocked children saw the blood again, they let out ear-piercing screams. They called out for their parents and ran toward the village in panic. Their figures staggered, and they did not know where to go. A few of them even fell down and cried loudly. "Don't cry, let's go." A slightly older child, about 5 or 6 years old, turned around and pulled a 2 or 3-year-old child. Swoosh! Taking a step forward, a cultivator from one of the major powers caught up with him. A cold gleam flashed in his hand, and a 5 to 6-year-old child was decapitated. Blood sprayed all over the 2 to 3-year-old child. Blood splashed out. Cold light flashed again. The two little fellows died. Their pure large eyes lost their luster. "Uncle, why did you kill us?" When a slightly older child saw the arrival of the cultivators, his eyes were filled with fear. He leaned against the wall and spoke in a tender voice. "Because you all deserve to die." The cultivator laughed viciously, his eyes flashing with cold light. When the children appeared at the village entrance, they were the first to be slaughtered. The group of cultivators were extremely ruthless, their eyes ice cold, as if what they were killing wasn't life. Several cold lights appeared, and the children fell to the ground one by one. "Who exactly are you all? Why are you so cruel, not even letting a child go?" The village entrance elder roared. His hair stood up in anger, and his eyes were scarlet red like a bloodthirsty, vicious beast. These children were the future of the Lin family. They were all very young, and they often called him Grandpa. Occasionally, they would steal chess pieces. They were very naughty, but today they fell into a pool of blood and were slaughtered. Light flashed in his hand, and a dazzling light shot out. This was an all-out attack that combined essence, chi, and spirit. It was an extraordinary attack. "Bastard, die!" The elder roared and rushed towards the group of cultivators. The dazzling light in his hand was one step ahead. Puff! An 8th celestial layer cultivator blocked the attack with a sharp blade in his hand. Streams of elemental energy flooded the surface of his body, but it was useless. The old man's extraordinary attack was extremely terrifying. With a flash of light, the blade was sliced apart and the opponent's body was sliced apart. A cultivator from a major power died, but at the same time, several cold lights landed on the elder's body one after another. Wounds appeared, and the sound of sharp blades piercing through the body was heard. The elder fell down unwillingly. In just a few breaths of time, the massacre at the entrance of the village was over. "Uncle, you bastards, I'll kill you!" A young man heard the screams and rushed out of the village. The first thing he saw was many children lying in a pool of blood and 2 elders dead. He shouted, and his eyes were red with endless killing intent. Boom! The aura around him was violent, and terrifying energy flowed. He was also a true energy realm cultivator, and he rushed towards the crowd. He fought with his life, and he was ready to die. Puff! A cultivator from a major power was punched through the chest by the young man. At the same time, he knocked back another cultivator. He didn't defend at all, and he attacked without holding back because he knew that this was the only attack he could make. A cold light flashed, and it passed through the young man's neck. The sword light flashed, and the young man fell to the ground. This was an extremely tragic massacre. No one was left alive. Before anyone entered the village, the elders and children had been killed. The legs of the Khanate realm cultivator who had made the report went weak in fear. He had only wanted to collect some rewards. He had never thought that the major forces would be so cruel as to eliminate the root of the problem. The cultivators were like a pack of wolves rushing into a flock of sheep. A massacre began. Puff! No matter if it was women or children, old or young, they didn't let anyone go. As long as they saw someone, they would kill them. Screams, screams, cries for help, and screams were endless. The scene was chaotic. Puff! Blood splashed. The Lin family was in danger. One by one, the members of the Lin family fell under the butcher's knife. "You bastards, I'll kill you!" A hot-blooded man of the Lin family shouted, and he rushed out with a weapon in his hand, wanting to fight with his life. Puff! The sword light flashed and a head flew. Not everyone was qualified to fight with their lives. Idiot! The cultivators of the major powers sneered, and they turned to kill the next one. Get lost! A middle-aged man with a strong aura surged around him. He was a 9th sky of true essence cultivator, and he had a high status in the Lin family. He was the younger brother of the family leader. He had already killed 2 cultivators of the major powers. As for the third one, he was sent flying by him, and he was severely injured. He didn't have long to live. He was very strong, and he was one of the few strong cultivators of the Lin family. He shouted and rushed toward the third cultivator with his knife. Swoosh! Above him, for cultivators blocked the area. Seeing that the enemy was so fierce, one of them pointed a finger, and a sharp sword chi appeared. It rushed toward the middle-aged man like a beam of light. "Ha!" The middle-aged man shouted. He sensed something, and the long knife in his hand danced, slashing toward the sword chi. Puff! The sword chi was very fast, and the long knife was a step too late. It pierced through his forehead, and a bloody hole appeared. His vitality disappeared. The death of the family leader's younger brother made the Lin family even more chaotic. "Why? Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity with you," someone shouted with resentment. "Because you deserve to die. If you want to blame someone, blame Ziqin and Lin Shui. They are the ones who killed you." A cold voice sounded. The man stood in the air and looked at them coldly. Below him was a hell on earth. Screams kept sounding. It was very sad. "Run! Run! Go! Go!" The Lin family was in chaos. Even the family leader's younger brother was dead. Who could stop these strong cultivators? Many figures flashed and ran out of the village, but no one could escape successfully. The major powers were already prepared. They would all be killed the moment they tried to leave. "We have never left the village. We have been hiding for years. Who betrayed us?" An old man shouted. He was very unwilling. The young people kept dying and the children were killed. The Lin family had no future. It was completely over. The person who reported before was pale. He did it purely for the reward. Now that he saw such a tragedy, he was already regretting it. "Zhou Yu, it's you." At this moment, a young man rushed out of the Lin family. His face was deathly pale, but when he saw Zhou Yu, he stopped. He recognized him. Lu Mu. Looking at Lu Mu, Zhou Yu's expression was very complicated. He didn't say anything. He knew that it was his greed that had killed so many innocent people. "Bastard, I treated you as a brother, but you betrayed me." Lu Mu was furious, but in the next moment he felt cold gazes all around him. "Damn it, it's you, you brat. I told you not to go out, but you still went out to fool around with me and leaked our tracks." An old man rushed out. His eyes were filled with regret and anger. He rushed towards Lu Mu with boundless killing intent. For his own selfish reasons, he had harmed the entire family. Hundreds of people were going to die. He wanted to kill this unfilial son. "It's not me, it's him. He betrayed me. I just mistook him for a brother." Lu Mu pointed at Zhou Yu and tried to explain. Puffed! Suddenly, a sword light flashed from behind the old man. Lu Mu wanted to cry out, but it was too late. His father fell into a pool of blood, killed by the sword light. Phew! Lu Mu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his father's lifeless body, he didn't have time to lament. He turned and left, holding a bundle in his arms. "It's all that damned woman's fault. It's all her fault. She's the one who harmed the family." Lu Mu cursed. His speed was very fast. He avoided several cultivators and circled around the entrance of the village. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light fell from the sky and touched his forehead. His body trembled, and he fell to the ground, dead. The four of them flew into the air and guarded the four directions. They stood tall in the sky, and no one could escape. "Father, I was wrong." Lin Shui's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed out. Her heart was filled with regret. That day, she had told her father about the inheritance. Her father had told her to leave alone, but she had insisted on taking everyone with her. That day, her father had said that there were too many people in the family, and it would be impossible to keep the secret. But Lin Shui had been stubborn. She had said that if the family was united, they would be able to cut through metal. But even if the family was united, they had only managed to hold on for a year before dissatisfaction appeared. That had led to today's tragedy. You weren't wrong. That year, I was the one who agreed to your suggestion. Lin Shui's father also rushed out. He held a ghastly blade in his hand. Chapter 339. Go to hell. The head of the Lin family was very fierce. He was the strongest person in the Lin family and was very strong. He waved the ghost head blade in his hand, making a whining sound like a ghost crying. Uft! A blade light appeared, bringing with it a large amount of cold light. It rushed towards a cultivator and instantly killed him. Come, you bunch of bastards who won't die a good death. He grasped his long saber, his hair standing on end. His ghost head saber had already drunk the blood of 2 cultivators. Humph, he won't die a good death? Then let's see who won't die a good death today. A cold laugh rang out as a 9th Heaven cultivator charged towards the Lin clan head. He was holding a sharp weapon, and his body was covered in flames. This was the Li family's cultivation technique, the Li fire art. It was very terrifying. Go to hell. The head of the Lin clan let out a roar. A saber light descended from the sky with an incomparable aura. The saber light was dazzling, and the cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard. Whoosh! Boundless flames surged, and a sword of fire appeared. The 2 collided, creating a shock, and both were forced back. The 2 of them were similar in strength and once again charged at each other like 2 rays of light. Boom! Like rolling thunder, the explosions continued, and the aftermath of the energy shook the surroundings. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the more they fought, the faster they became. Go to hell! A light shout rang out, and a green figure appeared. It was very agile and was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of a cultivator. Then a green light streaked past. The green light turned into a woman. She was very beautiful, like a green lotus. It was Lin Shui. But today, the usually cute Lin Shui's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. In front of her, the cultivator fighting with her fell to the ground and died. You're so cruel and vicious. You'll suffer retribution, scolded Lin Shui. Kill them all. The roar in the air rang out again. For some reason, Zhou Yu felt a chill in his heart. But at this moment, a cultivator from a large power flew towards him. No, Zhou Yu exclaimed, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, he really regretted cooperating with a large power. Now, he really had to kill them. You can't. He rapidly retreated, his eyes filled with terror. But how many tricks could mere Xiantian experts have? Swoosh! A cold glint flashed before Zhou Yu saw his body being pushed back. After taking a few steps back, he directly fell to the ground. Fresh blood violently spurted from his neck before his vision turned black. Boom! On the Lin family head side, the battle was very intense. The 2 of them attacked without any regard for their lives, colliding repeatedly and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This time, there were more than 10 true energy realm warriors. But in the previous battle, almost 10 of them had died, and the rest were all attacking Shui Lin. Swoosh! Shui Lin's body was light and agile. She was like a beam of green light that kept flashing. At the same time, she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Light flashed as battle techniques appeared one after another. She was only at the 7th level of true essence, but her battle prowess was no weaker than a demon. At this moment, she was besieged by several true essence cultivators, but she was not defeated at all. Pooh! The green light flashed and turned into a sharp blade, piercing into a cultivator's heart. In a flash, the cultivator died in the next moment. At the same time, a cold glint fell from above, wanting to cut Shui Lin in half, but her body flashed and dodged it directly. At the same time, 2 of her fingers formed a sword and shot out a beam of sword chi, piercing through the cultivator's forehead. Her face was as cold as frost, and her killing intent filled the air. Her attacks were decisive and merciless. The death of her family members had completely infuriated her. After receiving the inheritance, her battle prowess was very strong. Killing ordinary warriors was very easy for her, and she was definitely comparable to a demon. Boom! The cultivators attacking the Lin family head could not take him down after a long time. Both sides were really angry, and turbulent energy surged. At this moment, another figure appeared and attacked the Lin family head. 2 against 1, the Lin family head was in danger as soon as they exchanged blows. Boom! The last loud sound caused a boundless wave, and the energy surged. When the light faded, the battle ended. The Lin family head had been hit by 2 swords, and both were fatal. On the opposite side, the ghost head blade cut off a cultivator's head and pierced another cultivator's heart. The Lin family head was dead. "Father!" Xue Lin cried out in sorrow, and tears kept falling. "You guys go and kill all the people hiding in the houses." Above her head, Yukong said coldly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this battle. At this moment, the village was dead silent, and there were no survivors. Only a few people who were still hiding in the houses out of fear were lucky enough to survive. "Don't think of leaving." Xue Lin's face was as cold as frost. Green light flashed around her body, and her hands formed a seal, and a powerful battle technique appeared. Boom! Green light flashed, and with an inexplicable power, a cultivator's head was cut off. Buzz! Green light flashed around Xue Lin's body, and thousands of lights flashed like sharp blades, rushing forward with extraordinary power. Pooh! Pooh! This time, wherever the green light passed, 2 true energy realm cultivators were cut down. Xue Lin's battle prowess was terrifying. "Damn it!" Yukong cursed. He raised his hand and pointed out a finger. A beam of energy shot out like a silk thread, trying to trap Xue Lin. Swoosh! Light flashed around Xue Lin's body, and like a green snake, her body became boneless and flexible, and she dodged the attack directly. At the same time, she formed a seal with her hands, and another green light shot out, cutting down the last cultivator. What a flexible movement technique! The 4 Yukong cultivators were surprised, and at the same time, they were even more certain that she had obtained an extraordinary inheritance from the ruins. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, using their yuan qi to form tangible objects and shrouded Xue Lin. Their original intention was to capture Xue Lin. Green light flashed around Xue Lin again, and her whole body became hazy, as if she had really turned into a beam of light and became an invisible object, passing through the 4 tangible objects. The 4 Yukong cultivators frowned, surprised. "Let's do it. Don't play with her anymore. It'll be bad if other forces are alerted." One of them said, "All right, just injure her and bring her back." Another one said, "Boom." Then, terrifying energy surged, and the 4 Yukong cultivators attacked. The energy they released was overwhelming, and it filled the sky, pressing down on Xue Lin. This attack was not only to capture Xue Lin, but also to kill all the people in the room who were still alive. Bang! Bang! Under the pressure of the surging energy, the houses could not withstand it and exploded, and there were screams from time to time. Xue Lin turned into a beam of green light, but tears were flowing down her face. Her heart was in pain, and she blamed herself. She was the one who killed everyone. But she did not want to die. She wanted revenge for her father, for her grandfather, and for everyone in the family. Swoosh! She turned into a beam of green light, darting left and right, trying to find a chance to escape, but the surroundings were sealed, and she had no chance at all. Bang! Bang! More houses exploded, and screams were heard, along with the voices of children calling for their parents. Xue Lin could not hold on any longer. She coughed up blood, and the green light around her became dim. "Stop it, you bastards!" Suddenly there was a loud shout, and then a large red light appeared, like a burning heavenly sword. It flew from the sky and turned into a beam of red light. Boom! The heavenly sword arrived above the 4 Yukon cultivators and suddenly slashed. The void trembled and ripples appeared. A terrifying aura spread, and it instantly dispersed the overwhelming energy of the Yukon cultivators. At the same time, the heavenly sword slashed above the 4, and an unparalleled aura exploded. The heavenly sword exploded, and the 4 Yukon cultivators coughed up blood and flew in all directions. Below, the green light around Xuelin was also dispersed, and she returned to her true form. You are so shameless. How could you do such an inhumane thing? There was an angry shout in the sky, and then a figure appeared. Red light flashed around him, and he was like a giant. When he stepped down, the world shook. It was Wang Jinwei. He was stronger than before, almost reaching the Grandmaster level. A terrifying aura surged around him, and it stirred up the wind and clouds. His eyes were cold, and there was murderous intent in them. Especially when he saw the innocent deaths below, he was even more furious. The shamelessness of you major forces has reached a limit. You are willing to do anything. Another cold voice sounded. The sky trembled, and a strong man appeared, holding a murderous wolf-tooth weapon in his hand. The murderous wolf-tooth weapon trembled slightly, and the void shattered and a black hole appeared. Lu Mingyong of the Lu family had come. He was a fierce man, and he used the murderous wolf-tooth weapon to force Grandmasters to retreat. Whoosh! In the distance, a light flashed, and another person appeared. It was Qi Qingqiu of the martial ancestor. His eyes were cold, and he frowned when he saw the dead villagers. He was another force of the martial ancestor. His disciples, Miao Kong and Wu Mo, were friends with Ziqin. 3 people appeared one after another, and they were all very strong. They stood in the sky, and the 4 were shocked. What is the meaning of this? But the 4 were not to be outdone. They represented 4 forces. You have gone too far. You came to the territory of the Qin family and massacred the villagers. Are you looking down on us? The people of the Qin family had come. This was the territory of the Qin family, and it was because of him that they arrived in time. The 4 represented 4 forces, but they were obviously stronger than the other 4. The 4 did not dare to breathe loudly. The 4 people who came later each had the strength to kill them. They were just following orders. How could they look down on the Qin family? Brother Qin, you are overthinking. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, there were sounds of the sky breaking, and strong cultivators appeared one after another. They were all flying, which meant that they had a high status. Apart from the Moon Pavilion, all the major forces of the southern region were here. The Gung family, the Chu family, and the Tsongli family had all sent strong cultivators, as well as the other force of the martial ancestor. The Godly Slaughter Pavilion also sent someone. It was an old assassin. That day he swaggered in under the background of the major forces and even threatened them. Lin Shui raised her head and looked at these major forces blankly. She did not understand what they meant, but when her gaze fell on the 4 people in the sky, her eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, she remembered these 4 forces. Tsongli Gung Chu. All right, since you are all here, let's talk about this. Wang Jinwei said indifferently. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This is so cruel and shameless. Lu Mingyong shouted, and the mace in his hand shook. Chapter 340. Below, corpses littered the ground. There were both women and children. Lin Shui was crouching on the ground, crying in grief. She was very lonely and helpless. Above them, a group of people appeared in the air, their auras surging. They were in the midst of negotiating. It's just a small family. They don't even have a single void god. If they're destroyed, then so be it. The Gung family's expert disdainfully smiled. Every year, a few families disappear from our Letian city. What's so tragic about this? Letian city was a chaotic power. Even the city lords often died. The disappearance of a family was nothing. The rise of every power is covered in blood. It's the same for everyone. Why is there a need to criticize us? Ask the Tsang family's expert. That's right. The Leaf family's expert said, in the Marshall Heaven continent, the strong are respected. To achieve one's goal, one must use any means necessary. Don't tell me you don't know that. Why the need to be so fake? Do you think we don't know what you're saying? Sneered another person. The other powers were disdainful. They clearly didn't feel that they were in the wrong. They didn't think it was a big deal. How shameless. After doing such a tragic thing, you still speak so righteously. Are you even human? Lu Mingyong was infuriated. He had an urge to smack them to death. Of course not. The expert from the Tsang family stood in the air with a majestic figure. He said proudly, in their eyes, we are gods high and mighty, gods who can decide their fates. Shameless. Lin Shui clenched her teeth and raised her head, glaring at this god. She would remember him. In the future, she would knock this god off his divine altar and turn him into an ant. You slaughtered my Qin village in my Qin family's territory. If word of this spreads, how will my Qin family have the face to stay in the southern region? You have to give me an explanation for this matter, said the Qin family's expert unyieldingly. The Qin family is just a small family. What explanation do you need? Just destroy them. An indifferent voice rang out. It was the old assassin. He was old, but he didn't keep a low profile at all. He was very domineering. What did you say? Do you dare say it again? The Qin family's expert's eyes flashed coldly. I said that the Qin family is nothing. Just destroy them. Did you not hear me clearly? Or do you think that the Heavenly Assassination Alliance doesn't have the strength to destroy your Qin family? Said the old assassin with disdain. This was a little too arrogant. Saying that he wanted to destroy the Qin family was like using the Heavenly Assassins Alliance's power to intimidate others. You're courting death. The Qin clan expert was enraged. His eyes flashed with killing intent. This was not putting the Qin clan in his eyes at all. He naturally couldn't tolerate this. If he retreated today, the Qin clan wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the future. Killing intent surged, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The old assassin was very calm and confident. With the Heavenly Assassins Alliance as their backing, they were bursting with confidence and were no longer as low-key as before. The other forces did not say anything, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. That's enough. Whether we start a war or not, it doesn't seem to be up to you, a mere Yukong, to decide. Even if it's your clan elders, I'm afraid they don't have that qualification. An indifferent voice sounded. Wang Jinwei glanced at the old assassin and said, Now, let's talk about serious matters. The old assassin's expression changed, and he said, I can spare those cowardly ants below, but I have to take Lin Shui away. This is the order of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This is to lure Su Long out. There can't be any mistakes. The old assassin, once again, brought out the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. You're dreaming. You're all a bunch of devoid of humanity. If Lin Shui is in your hands, she can still live. Don't forget the original intention of this matter. Lu Mingyong shouted. He stared with his eyes wide open, holding the wolf fang weapon tightly in his hand. The original intention is naturally to lure Su Long out. The old assassin said, You old bastard, you're really shameless. Su Long and Lin Shui don't even know each other. How can you lure him out? Lu Mingyong was angry. Isn't there still Zi Chen? The old assassin asked. I know Zi Chen's character. If he knows that Lin Shui is dead, he definitely won't appear. Instead, he'll hide even deeper. He'll only appear after he's done his job and slaughter everyone. Although he's righteous, he's also very scheming. Wang Jinwei said, I didn't say that I'll kill Lin Shui. I only said that I'll take her away. The old assassin emphasized. Then you can try. I guarantee that Zichen won't appear. Wang Jinwei sneered. He glanced at the other forces and said, Last time, you all went back on your words and didn't even care about the face of your ancestors. You've already disappointed Zichen and made him vigilant. He doesn't trust you all anymore. He definitely won't entrust his life to you. Lin Shui will die in your hands sooner or later. Why should Zichen go through so much trouble and risk his life for a dead person? You're too naive. Then what do you think we should do? Hand Lin Shui over to us. As long as we guarantee her safety, Zichen will naturally appear. Wang Jinwei said, You're dreaming. Wang Jinwei, don't act all high and mighty. We know why you're doing this. It's nothing more than her inheritance. The Tsang family shouted angrily. You want to play such petty tricks in front of us? Do you think we're fools? The Li family sneered. The others were also ridiculing. Inheritance? Our Wang family has a lot of inheritances. Do you think we'll covet other people's things? Wang Jinwei snorted. Who would complain about having a lot of inheritances? Don't lie to yourself. Someone mocked. Last time in the ruins, the Lu family of Yunxia City also obtained an inheritance. Aren't we still living well? You guys, don't think that others are as despicable as you. You can disrespect your ancestors, but we can't. The Yu family was furious. This is just my suggestion. If you don't want to, I don't want to explain anything. But there's one thing I want to say. We'll take Lin Shui to Yongqi City and let her stay there to ensure her safety. Wang Jinwei said. Oh, you don't want to take her to Yunxia City? Wang Jinwei snorted. This time, the assassin pavilion was in charge. They wanted to kill Su Long, so they sent enough experts. The major forces wanted to kill Zichen. There was no conflict between the two sides. Instead, they could cooperate. So, they all looked at the old assassin, waiting for his reply. After thinking for a while, the old assassin finally nodded and said, We can agree to this, but you can guarantee that Zichen will appear. As long as Lin Shui is in our hands, Zichen will definitely appear. Wang Jinwei said confidently. Okay, the major forces finally reached an agreement. That night, the experts took Lin Shui back to Yongqi City. At the same time, the rest of the Lin family were also taken away. After that, the village turned into a sea of fire. On the second day, there was a shocking news. Zichen's confidant, Lin Shui, had been captured in Yongqi City. If Zichen did not appear, Lin Shui's life would be in danger. This was a blatant threat. Once the news was out, it caused a stir. Is this the bottom line of the major forces? They actually use such means. It seems like they are really pushed to the extreme by Zichen. They are afraid that Zichen will really go into seclusion until he reaches the flight realm. The world was shocked, and all kinds of voices were heard. Zichen, your woman is in our hands. Are you still going to be a coward? Lin Shui is with us. Zichen, if you don't appear, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Shui is a beauty. Zichen, are you not worried that such a beauty is in our hands? The true energy realm cultivators of the major forces stood out and expressed their opinions. All kinds of threatening words were heard. This major force is really shameless. They actually thought of this. They are shameless to the extreme. They are using Lin Shui to threaten Zichen. The world was shocked, and it caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Zichen, if you don't appear in 3 days, Lin Shui will definitely die. The dignity of the Chu family is not to be violated. Come out and accept your death. Lin Shui was captured, and the major forces believed that Zichen would appear. They stopped looking for others, and many experts were called back. Moreover, they were all guarding outside Yongqi City. Once they found Zichen, they would immediately attack and kill him. Regarding Lin Shui's incident, Zichen, who was in Yongqi City, naturally knew about it. Damn it, you bunch of damn things. Zichen's eyes were burning with anger, but he soon calmed down. This was a trap, and he had to solve it. Otherwise, he would die. On that day, he quietly left Yongchi City and left Yongchi City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Zichen did not appear. The world was in an uproar. Could it be that Zichen did not care about Lin Shue's life? The major forces found Wang Jinwei. He had promised that day. Are you an idiot? How long does it take for the news to spread to the depths of the forest? In just 3 days you want him to appear? Where is your brain? Wang Jinwei sneered. Zichen, if you don't appear in 10 days, Lin Shui will definitely die. The major forces gave another deadline. Many experts were called back, but no one looked for Lu Peng and the others. They also left some clues 3 days later. On the 4th day, Zichen arrived at Rising Sun City. Here he met a few of his companions. Lu Peng, Zhang Haotian, Miao Kong, and Ye Tian were all there. These major forces are really shameless. They actually used Lin Shui to threaten Zichen. They are obviously asking Zichen to die. The few of them were furious. At this moment, Zichen walked in. Zichen. The few of them went up to greet him. What do we do now? This is a trap and we have to break it. I need your help. Zichen said. What can we help with? The few of them were stunned. The 10-directional Nirvana formation. Zichen said coldly, his eyes cold. You're going to use the 10-directional Nirvana formation to kill them. Lu Peng was shocked and then said, that's a good suggestion. I agree. In the next moment, his face fell again. But my attainments in formations are too low. I can't display the full power of the 10-directional Nirvana formation. It's fine. When the time comes, you and Elder Mo will attack together. Zichen was very calm. He had already thought of a countermeasure. Moreover, there was a reason why he did not appear in 3 days. Fortunately, the major forces gave him 10 days. Then what can I do? Miao Kong asked. Materials. I need a lot of formation materials. Chapter 341. Wang Qiong, Wu Mo, and Lu Qin arrived one after another. What do you need us to do? Lu Qin was like a little butterball. He looked simple and honest, and he asked directly after he appeared. Wu Mo was still very lazy, wearing a loose robe. As for Wang Qiong, he had a long face as soon as he appeared. He looked like he wanted to beat up Zichen. This was because Zichen had asked Wang Xian to come over. Do you want to kill her? Wang Qiong questioned. As the top genius of Yunxia City, he had become stronger. His origin energy surged around him, and he could enter the next realm at any time. He came on behalf of Wang Xian, as he didn't want his sister to be implicated and in any danger. This, Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, isn't Xian easy to talk to? Wang Qiong's face became even darker. Fortunately, they started to discuss serious matters. Lin Shue's life is definitely not safe in our Yongqi city. There's a patriarch guarding her day and night, Lu Qin said. Thank you. Zichen was very grateful. Now, under the pressure of the Heavenly Assassin Alliance, all the big and small forces in the southern region were looking for him. Zichen was alone and had no backing. He was really touched that someone was helping him now. Don't say this. My patriarch said that he thinks highly of you. Don't give up. All difficulties will pass. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Lu Qin smiled. Zichen nodded. Lin Shue's life is guaranteed. You can leave as you wish, but no one can protect Lin Shui after a long time. Wu Mo's words were unpleasant, but it was the truth. If they really wanted to take care of Lin Shui, Zichen had to appear. Now, only Su Long can solve this situation. He has unparalleled combat power and should have the strength to do so, Wang Qiong said coldly. Su Long, to be honest, I don't know where he went. Zichen smiled bitterly. Su Long was very mysterious. He didn't tell him anything that day, not even Su Mengyao. Then, Zichen's eyes became very firm and confident. He said, "As long as the patriarchs don't appear, I naturally have a way to solve today's situation." The resolute look in his eyes became very sharp, as if a massacre was brewing. "You don't have to worry about that. I can guarantee that the elders won't appear. They are all old monsters and are very selfish. If there isn't a huge benefit, they won't appear. Their time is precious. If Su Long doesn't appear, even the elders of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance won't attack you." "That's good." Ziqin heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Yukong. The only thing he was afraid of was the elder level. Right now, Yukong couldn't kill him with a single slap, but the elder level could. Wang Qiong looked at Ziqin and said without any trace of politeness, "That's easy. Do you know that even if there isn't a sect master, there are still dozens of Yu Kuan cultivators and countless true energy cultivators? Tsang, Li, Chu, Gung, Zhu, and martial ancestors' other force. There are a total of 6 forces targeting you. 10 people from each force, that's 60 people. Even if you have the Xingqian sand, it will take you half a day to kill them all. Yeah, there are so many experts. Ziqin, what can you do? Even if you have the Xingqian sand, it will take you a long time to kill them all. There are even more true energy boundary cultivators. They want to surround you and kill you." Lu Qin also asked, "I used up the Xingqian sand last time. There isn't a single bit left. I called you guys here today to discuss this matter. What do you want us to do?" "I need some materials. This is the list. I hope you guys can get all of them." Ziqin took out a piece of paper. There were many materials recorded on it, and when one looked at it, they would be dazzled. So many. The 3 took the paper and glanced at it. They felt dizzy. As they continued to read, their expressions changed and they gasped. These materials were too expensive, and Ziqin needed a lot of them. In addition, there were many materials that they had never heard of before. The 3 shook their heads helplessly. "We can't get more than half of these materials. There are even some that we haven't heard of before. We can't get them." Ziqin was slightly disappointed, but it was within his expectations. Elder Mo had said that if he could get all of these materials, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a few sect master level experts. "What do you want these materials for?" Lu Qin asked, puzzled. "Equipment forging? But they're so messy. They don't match." "This isn't equipment forging," Nia Tian said with a smile. "I'm going to use spell formations to solve problems. Little Grandmaster, you're going to show your power." The 3 turned their heads to look at LV Peng, surprised. "Little Grandmaster, you're a spell formation Grandmaster." LV Peng pointed at Ziqin and said, "Of course it's not me. It's him. Your elders gave him that title. Have you forgotten?" The 3's expressions flickered as they lost their composure. "What, you're the little Grandmaster from that day?" The appearance of the little Grandmaster had shocked them greatly. Even the spell formation Grandmaster that the sect master level experts had invited had become a foil. However, the little Grandmaster had accidentally stepped into a concealment formation and died. The 3 were shocked. "So it's you. You're still alive." It was one thing for a person to possess unparalleled battle prowess, but they didn't expect him to be so skilled in spell formations. Ziqin smiled. "That concealment formation that day is a teleportation portal that can lead you to the depths of the relic. Ma Yanqing's spell formation skills were too poor, so she didn't see through it. You guys get these materials as soon as possible. I'll find a way to get some more so that we can give them a welcome gift." "All right, but there's not much time left before the 10-day deadline. We can't guarantee that we'll get them in time." "Don't worry," Ziqin said. "I've made arrangements for Yongqi City. You just need to get the materials as soon as possible. Keep it a secret." After that, everyone left. Ziqin, on the other hand, was looking for materials for the formation in various cities. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Ziqin still hadn't appeared. The major forces were furious and questioned Wang Jinwei again. This time, Even Wang Jinwei didn't know what to do. He could only say to wait. You shameless families are really scum. You want to kill me? Come on if you have the ability. However, on that day, Zi Chen's cold voice sounded like a thunderclap spreading for dozens of miles. Zi Chen has appeared. Everyone was in an uproar. In Yongqi City, figures appeared one after another and flew into the distance. There were more than a dozen people in the air, rushing toward the source of the voice with killing intent. However, they couldn't find anything after looking around. Zi Qin had already left. What? You want to kill me? You're really shameless. So many people in the air to deal with a true energy realm cultivator. In another mountain range, Zi Chen's voice sounded again. However, the group of people in the air didn't find anything. This was a good sign. They didn't feel depressed when they returned. Instead, they were happy. This proved that Zi Qin was really worried about Lin Shui. As for the assassin pavilion, they were even more happy to see this. The longer Zi Qin delayed, the more time Su Long had to hear the news, and the higher the chance of him appearing. Zi Qin, 3 days later, if you don't appear in 3 days, we'll cut off one of Lin Shui's arms. The major forces said ruthlessly and decisively. Zi Qin, this trash really doesn't dare to show up. He's already scared out of his wits. That's right. With the family's heir, he's dead for sure. In addition to the heir, there were more true energy realm cultivators from major forces clamoring arrogantly. Zi Qin stood on a mountain peak and looked at the town in front of him with cold eyes. Clamoring? Very well. Zi Chen's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the town, the third monster incarnate of the Tsang family was here, and there were 2 other heir cultivators. At night, a figure entered the town silently like a ghost and sneaked towards the place where the monster incarnate of the Tsang family lived. There were cultivators guarding the place, and they were all in the true energy realm. Uft! A cold light flashed, and a light sound was heard. A cultivator who was supported by Zi Qin slowly fell down, and his vitality dissipated. He was like a ferocious ghost that appeared from hell and specialized in killing. He pointed at the back of another cultivator. The latter couldn't react at all and fell down silently. Zi Qin entered the pitch-black room in a flash. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he killed a cultivator. He was like a ghost, floating and killing the people of the Tsang family one by one without making a sound. The room was filled with a faint smell of blood. Zi Qin hid and restrained his aura so no one noticed him. In less than a quarter of an hour, a total of 15 people had been killed without a sound. Who is it? The faint smell of blood filled the air. The monster incarnate of the Tsang family sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a cold light shooting towards him. Buzz! The Tsang family monster's aura surged and a light covered his body, blocking the attack. However, the powerful impact also made him retreat. The person who wants your life. Zi Qin turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the enemy. His energy surged and he was determined to kill the enemy in one blow. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the dark night. The terrifying energy surged and the entire house began to tremble. Then, with a loud bang, stone fragments flew and smoke filled the air. Uft! The Tsang family monster was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He coughed out blood and his face was full of shock. Who are you? He was shocked. The other party injured him with one blow. It was too terrifying. What do you think? Zi Chen's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He stepped forward again and made a terrifying attack. You are Zi Chen. The Tsang family monster was shocked. His eyes were full of fear and he quickly retreated. Bang! Another loud sound. The other party was sent flying again and coughed out blood. He was indeed a monster. It was much harder to kill him than ordinary cultivators. Great uncle! The Tsang clan genius called out. The other party was Zi Qin, a sky martial artist with unparalleled combat power. He couldn't defeat him without breaking through to the spirit origin realm. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura surged, and the two houses exploded. Two powerful auras appeared. They were the two Zycone cultivators. At this moment, they finally reacted. Damn it, it's Zi-Chin. They sensed everything with their powerful spiritual will. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The people from their families were all dead. Their spiritual will surged and rushed towards Zi-Chin like two bolts of lightning. This was a powerful attack. It was also the biggest reliance of the Zycone cultivators. Buzz. Light flickered around Zi-Chen's body, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared. Rays of light fell from the diagram, forming a light screen that revolved around Zi-Chin. The spiritual will hit the light screen, causing it to vibrate and make a buzzing sound, but it couldn't break through. Swoosh! Golden light surged. Zi-Chin formed a seal with both hands, ignoring the spiritual will attack. As the seal fell, the extreme yang qi appeared. A dazzling light rushed towards the Tsang family monster.